Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagodia. Now before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, please give me a thumbs up. Okay, done. Thank you. Let's continue then. Last week, that's on Friday, we have started with a discussion on one more very important chapter, that is banking. In banking, what we have discussed? The types of money, right? I hope you remember that. The types of money, fiat money, commodity money, the fiduciary money, as well as right the what is that, commercial bank money, fiduciary money and commercial bank money, right? So these are the four types of the money that we have discussed. After that, what is the banking structure in India? At bank structure in India, at the top, right, we have a regulator, that is Reserve Bank of India. Below Reserve Bank of India, there are many other types of commercial banks, right? So commercial banks are again divided into two parts: the scheduled commercial banks as well as non-scheduled commercial banks. Examples of scheduled commercial banks: the public sector banks as well as private sector bank. Whereas non-scheduled banks, I've given a list of 10. Do not by heart it. Again, that is a list of just 10 banks which are non-scheduled. Are there only 10 non-scheduled banks? Of course, yes. The list is very, very long. Just for sake of example, I've given certain names of the banks there. Then we entered into concept of Reserve Bank of India. That's a very, very important ideas that we have discussed. Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India has been established. We set up a commission, and based on the recommendations of the commission, from the 1st April 1935, we started operating Reserve Bank of India. Initially, it was privately owned, right? Then in 1937, it was shifted to Mumbai, and in 1949, it was nationalized. That is, the ownership of RBI was brought under Government of India. Then what are the functions of RBI? That is where you'll have to focus and remember all those concepts very carefully. What are the functions of RBI? One is to maintain inflation. To maintain inflation. And since I'm talking about RBI plus inflation here, please read today's open editorial. Not open editorial, but specifically editorial in Hindu. And I'm pretty sure most of you are reading Hindu. So today's Hindu, the editorial, there is an article on stagflation. We have discussed stagflation, by the way. There's an article on concept of the scare of stagflation that is happening, let's say either in India or let's say in other parts of the global market. Okay, so please read. So what is the role of RBI in controlling inflation? We have discussed. Then the role of RBI in printing and distribution of the currencies in India. Currency notes are printed and distributed by RBI. Currency coins are minted by Government of India but distributed by RBI. And there itself, we have also discussed a current affairs concept, that is a coin-based, that is QR-based coin vending machine. Okay, QR-based or QR code-based coin vending machine, right? So one more current affairs, please be very careful. After that, we have started a discussion of RBI as a banker to government, as a banker to government. What do you mean by banker to government? RBI will give loans to Government of India. Right? What kind of loans? Right? I hope remember this. We have discussed a concept of ways and means advances up to 90 days, right? Very, very short time period, right? There is basically the idea of the loans which are given for a very short duration by RBI to Government of India. That is ways and means advances. But apart from that, we also have discussed how RBI will help in indirect monetization in the Government of India, right? For Government of India. Why does Government of India go for borrowing? Simple. There is a logical reason to it. What is the logical reason? Because Government of India has a lot of money to spend, has to spend a lot of money under the budget, but the amount that the Government of India has is smaller than, is lesser than the expenditure needed. Right? So that's a precise reason why RBI will provide or facilitate indirect monetization with the RBI. After that, we have discussed the concept of the monetary policy. Within monetary policy, two types of tools are there. One is a quantitative, okay, quantitative set of tools. Second one is qualitative set of tools. What is the basic difference? Today you'll understand it much more clear. But I hope remember, quantitative set of tools simply means under this, RBI can either increase or decrease the overall money supply in the market. For example, we have discussed CRR, right? Of course, I hope you remember this. CRR, SLR, repo, reverse repo, marginal standing facility, standing deposit facility, etc. And I said in all these tools that we have discussed, okay, right, in all these tools that we have discussed, what we see is overall money supply in the economy either will be increased by RBI or will be decreased by RBI. In specific sectors, we cannot target because overall money supply will be changed. That is quantitative set of tools. What about qualitative set of tools? That we are supposed to start now. Done? So let me start. The functions of Reserve Bank of India, functions of RBI, specifically instruments of credit control. What kind of instruments? We will start with qualitative set of tools now. Qualitative set of tools. Now let's start. What is this concept of a qualitative set of tools? First one, rationing of credit. Okay, rationing of credit. Now what do you mean by rationing? First and foremost, what do you mean by rationing? Rationing simply means distribution. Any problem? Rationing simply means distribution. Now let's say you are a bank. Okay, you own a bank. Now there are various borrowers in the market who want to take a loan from you. I'll give a very simple example. Look at it. On one side, a farmer will come to you to take a loan. And on the other hand, a businessman will also come to you to take a loan. Now, simple question to all of you. To whom, when you give a loan, to whom do you think you're taking a more amount of risk? Think of it. A farmer will come to you. A farmer wants to take a loan. A businessman will also come to you. They also want to take a loan. Right? Let's say you decide to give a loan to both of them. But when you decide, to whom do you think you're going to take a higher risk when you give a loan? All of you agree? All of you agree? Right? The farmers. Giving loan to the farmers is risky. Now, if it is very risky, if given a choice, will you give a loan to the farmer? I hope you understand. If given a choice, will you give a loan to the farmer? Of course, you will say, sir, right, it's so risky. And trust me, it is very, very risky. For example, some of you are asking, sir, why it is very risky to give a loan to the farmer? What if there is a sudden rainfall? Right? What if there's a sudden rainfall? For example, right, and now it is happening. What if there is a sudden rainfall, unexpected rainfall? What if the heat increases, average temperature increases? What if from the international market, suddenly there is a lot of imports into India? So the earnings of the farmers are determined, are influenced by so many factors which are beyond their control. Hence we say giving a loan to the farmer is risky. If given a choice, will you give a loan to the farmer? Most of you said, no sir, I will not give a loan. Now tell me, from where should the farmers get loans then? If banks will not give loans to the farmers, from where should they get the loans? That is the precise reason. Understand this carefully. If I impose a restriction on you, if I impose a condition on you in ensuring that you will give loans to the farmers as well as the businessmen, can I call this as a distribution of loans? Is the logic okay? If I bring a guideline and ask you to ensure that some of the loans will go to farmers and some of the loans will go to the businessmen, is it not a distribution of loans? That is the idea of rationing of credit. I hope you understand why they are referring to as a rationing of credit. What is the meaning of rationing of a credit? The government of India or / Reserve Bank of India have guidelines, have certain guidelines which will ensure distribution of the credit. And the name of the guideline that I'm referring to is called as priority sector lending. Very, very famous now. Priority sector lending, PSL, priority sector lending. Now what happens under the priority sector lending? Imagine here is a bank. The bank is giving a loan of, let's say, 1,000 crore rupees this year. They are giving a loan of 1,000 crore rupees this year. Now Reserve Bank of India will ensure that part of the credit, not all of it, part of the credit will go to some sectors. Part of the credit will go to some of the sectors. What kind of sectors? Best example, agriculture. Best example is agriculture. Any other example? Export credit. Export credit means what? Giving loans to the exporters. Student loans, that is educational loans. Housing credit. Loans to weaker sections in the society. Loans to MSME sector, etc., etc., etc. So the concept is very simple here, because the risk component is very, very high. Risk component is very high. The banks may simply stay away from the following sectors. So what does RBI do? RBI has a tool called as priority sector lending, wherein 40%, I'll come back to this term, have patience. 40% of the credit that is issued by the bank should go to the following sectors. Examples are given here. Please by heart it. If you ask me, please by heart it. Right? One more sector is there, or one more component is there, that is weaker sections of the society. Weaker sections of the society. So by implementing this, the Reserve Bank of India will ensure that some amount of loans will go to following sections in the society. Now follow this very carefully. Out of 40%, majority allocation has been given to agriculture sector. Majority allocation has been given to agriculture sector. So what is this 40%? 40% of the loans issued by the banks should go to following sectors. So out of 40%, majority allocation, or a huge chunk of allocation is given to agriculture sector, that is 18%. That is 18%. If I put the numbers here, follow this. If I put a number here, how it will work out, have a look at this. Out of 100 crore rupee loans which are issued by the bank, 40% of it, 40 crore rupee loans should be given to these sectors. Is it okay? 40 crore rupees should be given to the following sectors. And 18% should be given to agriculture sector, which means 18 crore rupees should go to agriculture sector. Now follow this and then answer to my question here. What if I increase PSL from 40% to 50%? What if I increase the PSL from 40% to 50% and agriculture from 18% to, let's say, 25%? Now can I say that specifically in the agriculture sector, the flow of money has increased? I'll repeat it. I'm changing the PSL numbers. Simple, hypothetically, I'm changing the PSL numbers. I'm changing the PSL for agriculture sector from 18% to 25%. If I do that, right, is it not going to increase the amount of loans which are going to be issued in the agriculture sector? What if I increase overall PSL from 40% to 50%? Are we not specifically targeting these sectors and ensuring money supply in these sectors will increase? Of course, the answer is yes. That is where lies the difference between the quantitative and qualitative. Now just think of it. Last week we have discussed, just think of it. Was there any tool under quantitative set of tools wherein we could use it and target specific sectors? Think of it. Was there any tool where we could simply use and target a specific sector? Absolutely no. If you increase the CRR, overall money supply will go down. If you reduce CRR, overall supply will increase. If you increase, let's say STF, banks will take more deposit, keep it with the RBI. If you reduce STF, banks will start lending more and more. Overall money changed. But specifically in a sector, we were not able to target. That will happen under the qualitative set of tools. That's a very, very important difference. Please be very careful. Now, let me go to the next one here. There's a term called as adjusted net bank credit. Most of the books do not carry it, but RBI uses a technical term, ANBC, adjusted net bank credit. Now, what is this adjusted net bank credit? Here is a bank. Let me start with a simple example here. Here is a bank. Now, this bank will use a deposit, will take a loan from RBI, etc., etc. and will give loans. Will give loans. But apart from this, the bank will also invest in certain bonds. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Here is a bank. Bank will collect deposits from the customers. Banks will collect, right? Let's say take a loan from RBI. Bank will collect deposits, right? Let's say from the companies, individual investors, etc., and will give loans. But apart from giving loans, the bank will also invest in bonds. I hope you understand. Banks will also invest in bonds. So whenever you use the term adjusted net bank credit, ANBC, without looking at the term in the previous slide, now you'll start asking me, sir, expand ANBC. Look at this. Adjusted net bank credit. What is this adjusted net bank credit? It is the net bank credit. Net bank credit means how much loans have been issued by the bank plus investments made by the banks in the non-SLR bond category. Investments made by the bank in the non-SLR bond category. The banks have invested in bonds under SLR. But beyond that also, the banks would have invested in the bonds. You'll have to count that as well. For example, the total value of credit is, let's say, 100 crore rupees. But the bank has also invested in certain bonds which are referred to as, let's say, one example, recapitalization bonds worth 20 crore rupees. So 100 plus 20, 120 crore rupees. So you'll have to ensure that 40% of 120 crore rupees you will give to the following sectors. Again, slightly technical. Most of the books have not given it. They'll simply write it as 40% of the credit given by the banks. 40% of the loans issued by banks. Done? So this is the basic idea of ANBC, adjusted net bank credit. Okay, so this is one tool, rationing of credit. Next one, regulation of consumer credit. What do you mean by regulation of consumer credit? It will change the EMI and reduce the number of installments. I'll give a very simple example. Imagine you'll go to a bank. You want to apply for, let's say, a housing loan. You want to apply for a housing loan. Now, when you apply for a housing loan, the bank will ask you to make payments on monthly basis. I hope you understand this. The bank will ask you to make a payment on monthly basis. That monthly payment is called as EMI. Have you heard of this? That monthly payment is referred to as EMI, equated monthly installment. Now, imagine the EMI amount is 30,000 rupees. Imagine the EMI amount is 30,000. Now, what if the EMI amount increases from 30,000 rupees, let's say, to 50,000 rupees? I repeat, what if the EMI amount increases from 30,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees? Don't you think the number of loans in the market will go down? Is it okay? I repeat, if the EMI component increases from 30,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees, many people in the market now will not be able to afford this kind of a payment because it is beyond their means. Their salary is, let's say, 60,000 rupees. It will basically reduce the amount of loans that are taken in the market. It will reduce the amount of credit that is issued in the market. Now, if the loans are reduced, if the amount of loans are reduced, what will happen to demand? What will happen to demand for goods and services in the market? The demand for goods and services will go down. Will it help in? So demand for goods and services will increase? No, it will go down because the loans are more costlier now. Loans are more costlier. So when the demand for goods and services will go down, can it help in controlling inflation? Can it help in controlling inflation or not? Can I give you the vice versa example of this? Opposite side. Imagine right now the EMI payment is 50,000 rupees. RBI will reduce interest rates. Banks will also reduce the interest rate and start offering the loans with the EMI component of 30,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees. more and more people will be interested in taking loans. The demand for the loans will increase. The demand for cars, demand for, let's say, washing machine, refrigerator, which many of the people take by taking loans, will automatically increase. That will promote, right, the consumption in the market. That will promote, right, the GDP growth rate in the market. So argument is very simple. Argument is simple here. Do not complicate it. It's simple. If RBI wants to promote growth, they will change, right, the regulations over the consumer credit so that more loans are issued to the customers. If RBI is concerned about inflation, they will ask the banks to increase the EMI component so that the consumption of the credit will go down. Right, so based on the requirement, Reserve Bank of India will keep on changing, ask the banks to follow it. Now, third tool, variation of margin requirements. Variation of margin requirements. What do you mean by margin? Imagine you go to a bank, follow the example here. Follow the example. Imagine you go to a bank, you will want to apply for a housing loan. You want to purchase a house, you want to apply for a loan. Let's say right now, the house value is 2 crore rupees. Right now, the house value is 2 crore. How many of you think the bank will give a loan of 2 crore rupees? Let me check. How many of you think that because the house value is 2 crore, bank will give you a loan of 2 crore rupees? Absolutely no. They will never give it. They will not give it. Sir, I've never taken a housing loan, so I don't know. Many of your parents would have taken it. Ask them. Or many of you would have taken a four-wheeler loan. They will never give you the full value of the product in the form of a loan. They will not give it. Why? What if the value of this house changes? I hope you understand. What if the value of the house changes? Because they generally take a collateral. Is it okay? They will ask for a collateral. What is a collateral? It's a safety. It's a safety that the bank will keep with itself so that if you don't repay, they can take away the collateral. I hope you understand this. For example, I'm taking a loan from you. I'll simply tell you this bottle is a safety or a collateral. Of course, the bottle doesn't have much value in the market. Don't worry. Right? I'll tell you this is the security, this is the collateral. What does it mean? If I don't repay it, you'll simply come, take away the bottle from me. Sir, what will I do with the bottle? You will sell it in the market. Again, don't worry about that bottle. Can the house be used as a collateral? Can the car be used as a collateral? Can the land that is owned by you used as a collateral? Can the gold be used as a collateral? I hope you understand now. So generally what happens is, whatever is the value of the asset that you want to purchase, bank will never give that value as a loan. They will reduce it. Let's say hypothetically 70%. They'll reduce it, right? Let's say 70% of it will be given, which means if the value of the asset that you want to purchase is 2 crore rupees, the bank will provide, let's say 1.4 crore rupees in the form of loan. What is this remaining amount? Remaining amount is 60 lakh rupees, which is nothing but a down payment. This is nothing but the down payment, and this is also referred as a margin. Is it okay? The remaining 60 lakh rupees you will have to invest from your pocket. That is also called as a margin. Margin means what? The difference between the value of the asset and the value of the loan. Is it okay? The difference between value of the asset and the value of the loan. Now this is called as a margin. Now simple question to you. Think of this. What if the margin is reduced? What if margin is reduced? Don't you think more and more people will take loans now? Is it okay? What if the margin is reduced? Right? Let me take extreme example. What if the margin is reduced to 0 rupees? Right? What if the margin is reduced to 0 rupees? It means you do not have to make any payment from your pocket. Whatever you want to purchase, full value will be given as a loan by the bank. the demand will increase in the market. That can contribute to growth in the economy. Now, on the other side, what if the margin is increased? From 60 lakh rupees, what if the margin becomes 1 crore rupees? What if the margin becomes 1.2 crore rupees? Which means only part of the value of the asset will be given in the form of a loan by the bank. Remaining amount you will have to invest from your pocket. If the value of the house is 2 crore rupees and you have to put 1.2 crore rupees from your pocket, don't you think many people will say, I can't afford it? I will stay away from these kind of loans. So demand will automatically go down. When the demand will go down, you can help in controlling inflation. Right? I hope you understand this. So now again have a look at this. Variation of margin requirements, regulation of consumer credit. Can we do it specifically in some of the sectors? Same argument again. Can we do it again specifically in some of the sectors? If the demand for four-wheelers is very high, can we use it? Of course, yes. If the demand for housing credit is very high, can we use this? Again, yes. So that is a precise reason. These are again part of qualitative set of tools. Now, before going to the next one, let me focus on the last two. Moral suasion and publicity. Moral suasion and publicity. What is the meaning of moral suasion? RBI says you will have to maintain PSL at 40%. That's a guideline, that's a regulation. RBI says you will have to keep CRR at 4%, SLR at let's say 20%, etc. etc. Now many of you will ask me a question, sir, one, how does RBI come to know whether we are following it or not? I hope you understand. Many of you will have this question. First question will be, how does RBI come to know whether we are following? And second, what if RBI comes to know that I'm not following? What does RBI do? First, answer to your first question, you'll have to keep on filing documents with RBI. Very simple. Right? On weekly basis, you'll have to keep on filing the documents, keep on submitting the documents to RBI. That is, your deposit is this much. You have kept so much amount of deposits with RBI. You have purchased so many worth of G securities, which is part of SLR, etc., etc., etc. That is how RBI will come to know whether you're following or not. Now, answer to a second question. Sir, what if I am not following? What does RBI do? RBI will simply penalize you. RBI will simply penalize you, but directly will not penalize. First, they will give you warning. I hope you understand. First, they will give you warning. Sir, how warnings will be provided? Let's say RBI governor is giving a speech. RBI governor will point out a bank and say, such a bank is not following guidelines. Is it not a warning? Think of it, right? RBI governor has called for meetings of all the heads of the banks. There RBI governor will point out certain banks and say, bank A, B and C are not following guidelines. A letter will be sent to you saying, you are not following the guidelines. Please tell us the reason why. All these are basically referred to as moral suasion. All these are referred to as a moral suasion, wherein RBI will ask, right? RBI will warn all the banks, will write letters to all the banks and warn them, you are not following guidelines, please follow it. Now, even then, even warning couple of times, the banks does not follow it. What does RBI do now? RBI will impose penalties on them. RBI will impose penalties, right? And in the last couple of months, you can check in fact, right? Not now, after the class. RBI has imposed penalties on many of the banks in India. Why? They are not following guidelines. And that is called as a direct action. RBI may start penalizing these banks by imposing penalties, right? Straightforward, 5 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees, right? 50 lakh rupees penalties can be imposed. Or else RBI has one more way. RBI says to the rest of the banks, I will give loans at 5%. You want to take a loan from me? I will charge you 6%. Right? Why? You're not following guidelines. I will charge you more rate of interest. That is called as a direct action. Okay. So direct action, moral suasion, and finally publicity. The last tool is publicity. Again, don't say, sir, direct action, how can they do it, etc., etc. If you are not following a guideline of, let's say, regulation of consumer credit, can RBI take direct action against you? Yes. Right. So publicity. What is this publicity? How many of you have seen the advertisements where cricketers will give you banking related information? Let me know. How many of you have seen the ads where Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, Big B, will provide you banking related advice? Right. Now tell me, simple question to all of you. Are they RBI governors? I hope you understand. Are they RBI governors? Of course, no. Right? Many of you would want them to be RBI governors, but no, these are not RBI governors. Are they bank managers? No. But even then, RBI will promote this kind of advertisements. RBI itself will, right, basically promote these kinds of advertisements. Why? This is called as publicity. This is basically referred as a publicity, right? That is, it is an effective tool, or it is a tool that is used by RBI to promote information dissemination. That is to create knowledge amongst the customers regarding what the bank is supposed to do. Right? Let me give a very simple example. There is an ad where people are talking about one customer. Right? Again, if you have not seen that, nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong. UPSC will not ask you that. People are talking about a person who has lost money when they were transferring funds online. And the person will walk up to them and say, I'm not worried. RBI कहता है. There is a punchline. RBI कहता है. Right? If I've even transferred and it has not reached, the bank will simply transfer the amount back into my account. Have you not seen those ads? Right? Many of the times they will simply say, do not disclose your OTP to somebody else. Now, simple question, what are they trying to do? Through all of this advertisements, what are they trying to do? Simple, create a knowledge amongst customers. Create information. As a customer, I should know what I'm supposed to do. That is basically publicity. And right, through publicity, don't you think now RBI is compelling the banks? RBI is forcing the banks to follow guidelines? I hope you understand. If you know that if you have transferred a fund to your friend, it has not reached, then the amount should be given back to you. You know that. Why? RBI कहता है, right? जागृत रहिए, सतर्क रहिए, etc., etc. So RBI has told you that if you have transferred and if it has not reached your friend, provided your UPI ID is correct, you should receive it. Now you will go to the bank and ask them, right? See, I transferred funds from your app. It has not reached the friend, but it has not been credited into my bank account as well. Right? Tell me, what is the reason? Will you not question them? Will it not force the banks to become much more proactive in terms of providing customer services? That is the whole idea. That is the whole idea of a publicity. Create awareness. Create awareness amongst the people so that now the banks will be forced to provide these services to the people. Done. So these are the various instruments of credit control. First set is quantitative. Second set is qualitative. Now, can I go to the next one? Can I go to the next one now? Now, before going forward, there is a technical term that was there in the newspapers. Right? Focus on this. Banking liquidity deficit. Very, very typical, but please follow this very carefully. Banking liquidity deficit. Sir, where it was there? I believe, right? I believe somewhere around Friday or Saturday, this was there as an article in Business Line. Banking liquidity deficit. Now, suddenly UPSC will ask you, what do you mean by banking liquidity deficit? I'll tell you why you should read these kind of articles. All of you will agree, inflation rate in India is higher. Anybody who is disputing that? Inflation rate in India is higher, right? It's more than 6%. But on the other hand, RBI infused, look at the statement, RBI infused more than 1 lakh crore rupees. RBI has infused more than 1 lakh crore rupees into the banking sector. Infused means what? RBI has provided more than 1 lakh crore rupees through, let's say, repo, right, other tools into the banking sector. Now, many of you looking at the article might get confused. But again, for these kind of articles, you will not get it in Hindu, you will get in other newspapers. Some of you will be confused. Sir, on one side you say there is inflation, but I read in the newspaper, RBI for the first time post 2019 has infused more than 1.2 lakh crore rupees into the banking sector. Right? It is confusing. Why RBI is doing it? Because on one side inflation is there, and if RBI will infuse money into the banking sector, will it not promote inflation? It's not exactly the same thing. Follow this carefully. There is a term called as a banking liquidity deficit. What do you mean by banking liquidity here? First and foremost, let me focus on the middle term here, liquidity. Right? What is the meaning of the term liquidity here? Here, what is the meaning of the term liquidity? Liquidity refers to the amount of money, readily available money that is there with the bank to give loans. I'll repeat the statement. Liquidity here refers to the amount of money that is available with the banks to give loans. Do not be confused, right? Sir, what is the meaning of it? Let me give you a simple example. Imagine a bank will collect 100 crore rupee deposit. A bank will collect 100 crore rupee deposit. Now, how many of you think the bank has all the 100 crore to give loans? Let me see. How many of you think that the bank can give all the 100 crore rupee in the form of loan? They will not allow it to give. Why? Reserve requirements. There are reserve requirements. CRR is there, SLR is there. Now, can I simply say out of 100 crore rupees, the bank, I'll just generalize the number here, the bank has to keep aside 25 crore rupees and it has a 75 crore rupees to lend. It has 75 crore rupees to lend. All of you agree? Now, follow this very carefully. This 75 crore rupees, I'll simply refer to this as liquidity. Is it okay? This 75 crore rupees, I'll call this as liquidity. So liquidity means what? The readily available money with the bank, which they can use to provide loans. Now, what if I say overall in the banking sector? I repeat, what if I say overall in the banking sector, liquidity is a deficit? How? Many of you ask me, sir, how can the liquidity be deficit here? Right? Argument is simple. Follow this carefully, slightly technical. RBI has tools using which RBI will give loans to banks. Any difficulty? RBI has tools using which RBI will give loans to the banks. Point 1. RBI also has tools using which it will take out money from the banking sector. Any difficulty in this? For example, sir, what do you mean by that? Can I give you first example as a repo, second example as SDF? RBI has a tool using which RBI will give loans. RBI has a tool using which it will suck out, it will take out liquidity from the banking sector. Now, what if I say today, follow this carefully. What if I say today, right now, RBI has pumped 100 crore into the banking sector. RBI has given 100 crore under repo, but under SDF, banks have kept a deposit of 200 crore with RBI. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. What if I say on one side, the RBI has given loans under repo worth 100 crore, but the banks have taken 200 crore rupee deposit kept with RBI, Reserve Bank of India. Don't you think RBI has taken out more money from the banking sector rather than infusing? Is it okay? RBI has taken out more money than infusing in the banking sector. This is called as a liquidity deficit. I hope you understand. This is referred to as liquidity deficit. And there is a large impact of this. What is the impact? Right? Imagine this. Imagine this. You are a bank. You are taking loan from RBI, but you are keeping more money with RBI. You are taking a loan. But apart from that, whatever amount you have taken, you have kept more money with RBI. Right? Don't you think as a result of this, credit activity would be affected? I hope you understand. As a result of this, credit activity would be affected. The loans which are issued by the banking sector, will it not go down? And as a result of this, the rate of interest on the loans, what will happen? It will start increasing. The rate of interest given by the loans, rate of interest on the loans given by the banks will start increasing. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. So what does RBI do? RBI purposely will start dumping more and more money into the banking sector. RBI will purposely start providing more and more loans under various tools, so that rather than having a banking liquidity deficit, will move towards banking liquidity surplus. Is it okay? Rather than having banking liquidity deficit, there is a banking liquidity surplus. And has RBI done this in the last week? Yes. It has done this in the last week itself. Please be very, very careful. Okay? Right, so this is the basic idea. This is the basic idea of a banking liquidity deficit. Again, books will not give you all of this. Trust me when I say this. Books will not give you all of this. You will have to be very careful. Right, read current affairs. Now come to the next one. Money supply or monetary aggregates. Right, what is this idea of a money supply or monetary aggregates? Very often in the newspapers, you will come across the article which says, the Monetary Policy Committee has decided to increase the money supply. They have decided to reduce the money supply. But how does RBI decide? How does RBI decide whether to increase or decrease the money supply? Focus on this discussion very carefully. There are 5 tools which are used by RBI. These are collectively referred to as aggregates. Aggregate means totals. Money supply aggregates or monetary aggregates. Now what are these 5 tools? M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4. I repeat, M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4. Now all of you remember this? Do you remember this table? Last week we have discussed this. Do you need to buy at the table? Absolutely no. You do not need to buy at the table. What is the basic idea? The table represents the banking sector in India, where banks will collect certain deposits, keep a part of the deposits because there is a reserve requirement, and use the remaining to create credit. Use the remaining money to create loans, create credit in the market. That is basically a system called as fractional reserve system, FRS, fractional reserve system. Now we'll come back to this again, don't worry. Come here now. The first tool used by RBI is referred to as M0, right? M0 is also referred to as base money. It is also referred to as base money, or else there is also a name called as high powered money. M0 is referred to as a base money, or else it is also referred to as high powered money, base money, right, or high powered money, right? Some of the experts will also use the term reserve money for this. Now there is no definition, but follow this carefully. M0 calculation is currency in circulation plus bankers deposit and other deposits with RBI. What is this? Let me start a basic idea here. RBI has printed, let's say, 100 rupees. How do you think that 100 rupee will enter into system? Let me see. Right, RBI has printed this 100 rupee. How do you think that 100 rupee will come into circulation? How do you think the bank will use the 100 rupee, right, to basically circulate, create loans in the market? RBI will give it to banks. All of you will agree? RBI will give it to banks. Point 1. Point 2. Now when you say RBI will give it to banks, right, when you say RBI will give it to the banks like this, right, do you think RBI will simply hand it over like this, or will collect something in return from the banks? Think of it. Right, RBI has 100 rupee like this, right, a new 100 rupee note printed by RBI. Will RBI simply give it like this? No. RBI will collect something in return. RBI will collect something in return. So now look at this very carefully. Right, I'll take a simple example. Imagine you're a bank. Understand this carefully. Many of you will get stuck up here. Imagine you're a bank. I'll give 100 rupees to you, and in return, you will give me 100 rupees worth of G securities. Now, can I call this G security as asset? Is it okay? Can I call this G security as asset? If this is asset, can I call this 100 rupee as a can I call this 100 rupee as a liability for RBI? Let me know. I'll repeat it. There are two sides to transactions. There are two sides. In one hand, I'm giving you a 100 rupee note. In the other hand, I'm collecting G security from you. G security is an asset. Is it okay? G security is an asset. And if one side is asset equivalent to this 100 rupee note, if this is an asset, what is this? This is liability for RBI. This 100 rupee is the liability for RBI. Any difficulty now? It's an accounting concept. It's basically accounting concept. On one side, if you're giving something, if you're collecting something, if this is asset, the other side has to be a liability. Right? That is the 100 rupee. Now, can I generalize it? Look at this carefully. Can I generalize it? Any currency that is distributed by RBI, can I call it as a liability of RBI? Let me know. Any currency that is distributed by RBI. What is distributed by RBI? RBI distributes currency notes, currency coins. RBI distributes currency notes and currency coins. Right? Can I call these both currency notes as well as currency coins as a liability? I hope you understand this. So any currency that is printed, distributed by RBI will be referred as a liability of RBI. Point number one. Point number two. Imagine you are the central government. You have kept a deposit with RBI. Can I call that deposit that is there with RBI as a liability of RBI? Is it okay? Can I call the deposit that you have kept with RBI as a liability of RBI? Of course, yes. You are the state government now. You are not central government, you are the state government. You have kept a deposit with RBI. Can I call this as a liability of RBI? Of course, yes. You are a bank now. You are maintaining deposits with RBI. Can I call these deposits as a liability of RBI? Right, so bankers' deposits and let's say the central government, state government deposits, all these are nothing but the liabilities of RBI. Any difficulty? Can I go forward now? Can I go forward now? Any difficulty? Okay, now, so what is M0? What is M0? M0 represents the liability of RBI. M0 represents the liability of RBI. Sir, how? Okay, so understand this. This is how the balance sheet is maintained by every company in the market. Right, focus on this now. Focus, stop typing, focus. This is how the balance sheet is maintained by all the companies in the market. Right, what do you mean by balance sheet? The company on one side will list out all the assets held by them, and on the other side will list out all the liabilities of them. All their liabilities on one side, all their assets on the other side. Just to make the CAs in the group happy, I will write as it is generally mentioned. Assets and liabilities. Assets and liabilities. Right? Generally in the balance sheet on the right side we mention assets, on the left side we mention liabilities. Again, is it required for civil services? Do you need to remember this for civil services? Absolutely no. Now focus on this. Imagine your RBI. Okay, imagine your RBI. Now when you're RBI, you have printed 100 rupees. You have printed 100 rupees. Now you'll have to give it to a bank. Simple. Right? You'll have to give it to a bank. Yes. Now how will you give it? Imagine I'm a bank. you will give that 100 rupee to me, and in return, you will take a G security. Now, what is G security? Is it not an asset to you? Think of it. Right? What is G security? Is it not an asset to you? And the value of G security is 100. If you simply say no for the sake of saying no, nobody can help you. If you have the G security, is it not an asset? Of course, the answer is yes. So you will write 100 rupee worth of G security on the asset side. Now, when you have collected G security worth 100 rupees on the asset side, don't you think there has to be one more entry on the liability side? That's the reason this is called as a balance sheet. Balance sheet means what? Both the sides value should be same. I hope you understand. Both the sides the value should be same. So the 100 rupee worth of G security, I've put it under the asset side. Now what is the equivalent value on the other side? What should you write on the other side? You'll have to write 100 rupee cash. 100 rupee cash, 100 rupee note that you have printed. So is it okay? 100 rupee note that is printed by RBI becomes part of liability, whereas G securities which are kept with RBI, which are there with RBI, becomes right asset side. Now this is how accounting is done. If it is very difficult, skip it. Trust me, none of the books will discuss all of it. Why? They know that you are entering into chartered accountants now. You are entering into the area of chartered accountants. Right? This is all of a CA concept. So understand this carefully. Any currency note that has been printed by RBI, or any currency coins that is distributed by RBI, all of them are counted as liabilities of RBI. These are counted as liabilities of RBI. Done? So M0 is what? It represents reserve money. It represents reserve money or base money or high powered money, which consists of the liabilities of Reserve Bank of India. That is currency notes and coins distributed by RBI. The bankers' deposits that are there with RBI, such as CRR, and the government deposits that are there with RBI. That is called as M0. That is called as M0. Now, M1 and M2 are called as narrow money. M1 and M2 are referred to as narrow money, and M3 and M4 are referred to as broad money. M1 and M2 are referred to as narrow money. M3 and M4 are referred to as broad money. What is the idea? Right? Understand this carefully. Understand this carefully. Whenever you refer to the term narrow and broad money like this, you're talking about liquidity feature of money. Liquidity feature of money. What is liquidity for money? Again, go back to last week's class. Whenever you use the term liquidity for money, what does it mean? How quickly you can convert this asset into money. Do you remember this? How quickly you can convert this asset into money. That is called as liquidity feature of a money. Now let me give a very simple example. Imagine you keep 100 rupees in your savings bank account and another 100 rupees in the fixed deposit. 100 rupee in a savings bank account and 100 rupee in a fixed deposit. Now you tell me, between 1 and 2, which has a very high liquidity? Between 1 and 2, which has very high liquidity? Of course, 1 has very, very high liquidity, because you can simply convert that. You can simply withdraw it, you can spend it, you can write a check on it, you can withdraw from the ATM, etc., etc., etc. So SB account has a very high liquidity. This is needed now. Focus on this. I said M1 and M2 are narrow money, M3 and M4 are broad money. Now look at the next point here. Narrow money has a very high liquidity. I repeat, narrow money has a very, very high liquidity. Broad money comparatively has lesser liquidity. Have patience. Why it is used, you will understand it. Have patience always. I repeat, M1, M2 are called as narrow money. This money has very, very high liquidity. M3 and M4 are referred as a broad money. They have much lower liquidity. Sir, what is the use of it? Why is RBI classifying so much? Right? We are getting a lot of confusion here. Why? What is the use? Imagine you are RBI governor now. Think of it. Just think of it. Imagine you are RBI governor. You have printed 100 rupees, supplied that to the economy. What do you expect? Fractional reserve system will work. All of you agree? Fractional reserve system will work. Money will be created, that is loans will be created, that will promote growth in the economy. Is the sequence okay with all of you? I'll repeat it. You have printed 100 rupees, supplied it to the economy. What do you expect out of this 100 rupee? You expect this 100 rupee to get circulated multiple times in the banking sector, loans to get created, growth should be promoted. Now, what if I were to say, you have printed 100 rupee, supplied it in the market, narrow money does not change, broad money changes. I'll repeat it again. Think of it, just think of it, have patience and think of it. You have printed 100 rupees, supplied in the market, narrow money doesn't change, broad money keeps on increasing. Now, what is the example of a broad money? Come here. What is the example of a broad money? One of the examples as to what is counted in the broad money is fixed deposit. Now, if you have 100 rupee, rather than keeping in, let's say, savings bank account, if you keep in FD, are you not postponing your consumption? I'll repeat the statement. You have 100 rupee, rather than keeping in a savings bank account, you will keep that 100 rupee in FD, fixed deposit. Are you not postponing your consumption? It should be very clear to you. Answer is yes, by the way. Right? Why? What is the reason? Why do you keep money in a savings bank account? I hope you understand. Why do you keep money in a savings bank account? You will keep the money in a savings bank account so that you can withdraw at any point of time. You can take out the money at any point of time. For example, you have been to a, let's say, a movie. You'll purchase a ticket by using a debit card. You went to shopping. You'll purchase a lot of clothes. You'll use a debit card. And the money will be debited from, debited means cut, withdrawn from your savings bank account. Can you apply the same logic to your fixed deposits? Think of it. Can you apply the same logic for your fixed deposit? You have kept, let's say, 1 crore rupee fixed deposit with a bank. Is there any debit card or is there any card for a fixed deposit? Argument is no. So is it okay if I say, right, I'll repeat it. Is it okay if I say you receive the money, but rather than keeping it either in your pocket, 100 rupee, or keeping it in the savings bank account, if you put it in a deposit, that is, let's say, fixed deposit, it simply means money is there in the market, money supply is there, but people are not consuming. Consumption has gone down. Consumption will not be there. Rather, people are basically postponing their consumption. They want to consume somewhere later. They want to save money right now. Right? Don't you think that's an indicator for RBI? That's an indicator for RBI. Now, on the other side, what if I were to say, focus on this second scenario now. What if I were to say, narrow money keeps on increasing, broad money remains the same. Broad money does not change. Narrow money keeps on increasing. What does it indicate? What does it indicate? It simply indicates people are having a lot of money for consumption purposes. People have a lot of money for consumption purposes. And if inflation is already very high, let me add one more parameter there. Right? Narrow money is very, very high. Inflation is also very high. You tell me as RBI governor, what will you do? Is the situation okay with all of you? Narrow money is very high. Inflation is also very high. What do you think you will do as an RBI governor? Will you reduce repo rate at this point of time? Think of it. Will you reduce repo rate? Right? Will you basically Reduce SLR. Will you reduce CRR? No, you'll be making a mistake there. You'll be making a mistake. Why? Already money supply in the economy is higher, right? The money that is used for the people generally for consumption purpose is already higher. Inflation rate is also higher. Now, if you reduce the repo, money supply will further increase, right? Don't you think that will contribute to inflation now? Any problem in understanding the sequence here? Any problem? Please do let me know. Right? Will you print more money? Of course no. Will you supply more money? No. That is very, very dangerous. Right? That is how RBI will use these tools. Right? That is how RBI will use these tools. Right? RBI wants to decide now. Should we increase the repo rate? Should we reduce the repo rate? Right? Now look at these tools. Automatically you will understand, okay, sir, people are saving lot of money. People are saving lot of this money in the form of M3 and M4. I have not discussed M3 and M4. Please have patience. People are saving lot of money in the form of M3 and M4. But I want growth to happen. I want growth to happen. If people are putting money in M3 and M4, growth will not take place. There is, people are saving. People are not spending. Right? Which is basically meaning RBI has to use other tools to increase money supply, reduce rate of interest, etc., etc., etc. So that is how RBI will use this. Now let's focus on each of the tools. M0, it is referred to as a reserve money, base money, or high-powered money, Now, what is a component under M0? Currency in circulation plus bankers' deposit and other deposits with RBI. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by currency in circulation here? What do you mean by currency in circulation? Focus on this. Currency in circulation simply means how much money do people have in the form of cash? How much money do people have in the form of deposit? Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Right? What is the meaning of currency in circulation? How much money people have in the form of cash, right? Plus how much money people will have in the form of a deposit. Let me show you a very simple example here. Imagine here is a person who has received a salary of 500 rupees. Right? He has been given a salary of 500. Now what this person will do is, out of 500, 200 rupees the person will retain in the form of cash. Right? The 200 rupees he'll put it in the pocket. And remaining 300 rupees, the person will take it and deposit this in the bank. This is basically currency in circulation. Is it okay? This is basically currency in circulation. Now, why should you understand all of it? If the currency in circulation increases, will the money supply in the economy increase or not? Simple question to all of you. Think of it. If the currency in circulation increases, will the money supply in the economy increase or not? Answer is yes. If RBI will reduce the currency in circulation, will the money supply come down in the market? Again, answer is yes. Right? So RBI can use different tools. Repo, reverse repo. Of course, now reverse repo is not used. SDF, CRR, SLR, etc., etc., etc. in order to ensure that the overall money supply in the economy will either go up or go down. They can use any tool. For example, I'll ask you a question, think of it and answer. If RBI will increase the CRR, tell me what will happen to money supply, overall money supply in the economy. Will it go up or go down? I hope you understand. It's a very simple idea. Will it go up or go down? CRR is increased. Will the money supply increase or decrease? Most of you are correct. It will decrease. Most of you are correct. It will decrease. But here and there, some people are still confused. If CRR goes up, money supply should go down. It should go down. For example, imagine you're a bank, 100 crore rupees deposits. If the CRR is, let's say, 6%, now you're left with 94 crore rupees to lend. Again, don't worry about SLR here. Focus only on CRR. What if I increase this from 6% to 10%? Don't you think the money that is available for the banks to lend will go down from 94 crore rupees to 90 crore rupees? Answer is simply yes. right? So whenever the CRR is changed, whenever SLR is changed, whenever SDF is changed, whenever repo is changed, can we either increase or decrease the money supply? Answer is simply yes now. Okay. Now come back to this. Any difficulty with respect to what we have discussed so far? M0 is reserve money, base power, base money or high powered money. And UPC can use a statement like this. If the base power money or high powered money or reserve money increases, the money supply in the economy will increase. Answer is yes. Answer is simply yes. Now come to M1 and M2. Come to M1 and M2. I said M1 and M2 will represent narrow money. What is this narrow money? Imagine 100 crore rupees is the total money supply in the economy. Is it okay? Imagine 100 crore rupees is the total money supply in the economy. Do you think all the 100 crore rupees will have the same liquidity? Is my question okay with all of you? I'm saying the total amount of money supply in the economy, that is cash with you people, deposit in the banking sector, etc., etc. Total amount is 100 crore. All the 100 crore will have the same liquidity? Of course no. So what I will do is, I will divide this 100 crore into one part which has a very high liquidity. Now, what component within the 100 crore has very high liquidity? Can I write like this? The cash that is there with all of us, as well as the demand deposit in the banking sector. Let me know. The cash that is there with all of us, right? Put your, let's say, put your hand in the pocket, or let's say in a purse, you'll have cash. Don't you think that cash has very high liquidity? Or else you also have, let's say, 1 crore rupee worth of savings bank account. Will it not have very high liquidity? Of course, yes. So next point is, 100 crore is getting circulated in the economy. I will try to find out only that part of the 100 crore which has very high liquidity. That is called as narrow money. That is referred to as narrow money. Right? Again, within narrow money, there are two types here, M1 and M2. M1, it is basically consists of the currency, that is cash, that is there with all of us. The cash, either coin or notes, doesn't matter. The cash that is there with all of us, plus the demand deposits that we have kept with the banks. State Bank of India, ICICI Bank, right? Any bank for that matter. The demand deposits that are there with, right, let's say the banking sector. But in addition to this, we'll also add what are the other deposits with RBI. For example, the central government deposits with RBI, state government deposits with RBI. Because at any point of time, central government can withdraw and spend the money in the market. Right? That is M1. What is M2? Take M1 as it is. Take M1 as it is. In addition to keeping money in a bank, people also save money in post office. Right? Have you heard of this? Post office deposit account. Postal deposit accounts. Historically very famous, but today most of the people in India do not save money in the post offices. They save money in banking sector. So argument was, apart from keeping the deposits in the banking sector, some people will also keep money in the posts, right? That is India Post. India Post will provide deposit services. People keep money there. That is a post office savings deposit. That also has higher liquidity. So that is basically the idea of M2. Right? Any difficulty so far? Any difficulty? Let me know if you have any kind of a doubts or queries. Now let me go to M3 and M4. Let me go to M3 and M4. Now what is this M3? Okay, I'll come back to that. Don't worry. Right, I'll come back to this. M3 and M4. What is this M3 and M4? M3 and M4 is a broad money. Broad money means what? You will count the money which has very high liquidity as well as the money which has low liquidity. Is it okay? You will count the money which has a very high liquidity and the money which has a lower liquidity. What do you mean by this? The money which is very highly liquid, cash with all of us, the demand deposits that we have kept with the banking sector, right? This has a very high liquidity. So we will count it as it is, that is M1. In addition to this, what about other money? What are the other money in the system? That is basically the money that has a lesser liquidity, such as fixed deposit. Such as a fixed deposit. Is it not part of the money supply in the economy? Right? I hope you understand this. Imagine you've received a salary of 500 rupees. That 500 is the money supply. Out of 500 rupees, you will keep 400 rupees in the form of a fixed deposit. Is it not part of the money supply? Of course, yes, it is a part of the money supply. But because it has a lesser liquidity, we did not count it as part of narrow money. Now we will count it as part of the broad money. Right? We will count it as a part of the broad money, because in the broad money, again, can you understand the term narrow and broad? Narrow means what? Right? Imagine a full, let's say field is there. You're not looking at the full field, you're looking at only small part of it. Narrow. Right? They'll simply say you have a narrow viewpoint. Again, not related to UPSC, they'll simply say narrow means part. Broad means a full coverage. So in case of a broader money supply, we will take all the money that is there in the system, in circulation in the banking sector, plus cash with the public. Cash with the public. That is basically M1 plus time deposits with the banking sector. Because as it is already the demand deposits are counted in M1, cash with the public is counted at M1, we are counting even the time deposits now. For example, fixed deposits. And finally, M4. M4 will consist of M3 plus the deposits that are kept with the postal. Right? The post office deposits will also be counted in M4. So again, I'll repeat it. Follow this carefully. M1 is referred as a high-powered money. Right? High-powered money, reserve money, or base money. What does M0, not M1, M0. M0 is referred as a reserve money, right? High-powered money, or the base money. Why? It represents the total liability of RBI. Represents a total liability of RBI. Right? How do we count the liability of RBI? The money that is distributed by RBI, it is part of it. The deposits that are there of other banks with RBI, the governments with RBI will also be counted as a part of it. And what is the importance of the M0? Whenever the M0 increases, right? Whenever the M0 increases, we expect the overall money supply in the economy to increase. Then we again divide the overall money supply in the economy into two parts. One having very, very high liquidity, another having very, very low liquidity, such as cash with all of us has very high liquidity. Right? The demand deposits that we keep with the bank has very high liquidity. Whereas, within the deposits, if you look at it, there are certain deposits which are called as fixed deposits. Fixed deposits do not have very high liquidity. They have very low liquidity. So what we will do now? We will identify which has very high liquidity, count it as a part of M1 and M2. Which has a lesser liquidity, right? Which has a lesser liquidity will be counted along with M1. This is M3 and M4. M1 and M2 are referred as a narrow money. Narrow money means you are not covering the whole money supply in the economy. You are covering only part of it. You are not counting the whole money supply. You are counting only part of it. Narrow coverage, right? And the narrow money has very, very high liquidity. Broad money covering all the money. Right, within the banking sector, where you are covering all the money, right? So basically broad money, right? So M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4, right? And if you arrange them, we are going in terms of reducing liquidity. Is it okay? The arrangement that I've given here, you are going in terms of reduction in the liquidity, reducing liquidity like this. Will M4 not include post office time deposits? No, generally we have demand deposits. right? We are counting demand deposits here. Okay, done. Can I go to the next one here? Right, just a fractional reserve system. Please have a look at it. Right, how the banks will create money, etc., etc. Okay, now what are the other functions of RBI? What are other functions of RBI? Now, one is a banker to the banking sector. It is also referred to as a regulator. Rather than slash, it should be and a regulator of the banking system. What is a banker to bank? Please understand this. RBI is referred to as bank of last resort. Bank of last resort. RBI is referred to as a bank of last resort. Why RBI is referred to as a bank of last resort? Focus now. RBI is referred as a bank of last resort because the banks can always approach RBI to take a loan. Is it okay? Banks, imagine there's a crisis in a bank. Right? One of the banks, let's say in India, is in crisis. They need money. They can go to RBI and borrow from RBI. Can I give an example here? Marginal standing facility. Let me know. Marginal standing facility. Is it not a facility where a bank which is in urgent requirement? It's not in crisis. There is an emergency. There is an urgent requirement of money with the bank. Can they go to RBI and borrow from RBI? Of course, yes. So why is RBI referred as a bank of last resort? Because the RBI, right, can be approached by the banks whenever there is an emergency requirement like this. The banks can go to RBI, borrow from RBI. Hence, it is bank of last resort. It is a banker to banks. Why? Under repo rate, RBI will provide loans. Under various other tools, RBI will provide loans to the banking sector. Banker to bank. And in that context, it is also referred as a bank of last resort. And it is also a regulator of the banking sector. Right? What do you mean by regulator? You want to start a bank, take a license of RBI. Take the license from RBI. You want to open number of branches, take approval from RBI. You want to conduct this kind of, let's say, banking activity, you will need the approval of RBI. How many ATMs you are supposed to open? RBI will tell you, etc., etc., etc. Every aspect in the banking comes under the regulation of RBI, hence referred as a regulator of the banking sector. Now, RBI is also managing Forex. What is the meaning of Forex? Foreign exchange. RBI also manages Forex. Forex stands for foreign exchange. Right? What do you mean by foreign exchange here? Please focus on this. Foreign exchange consists of 4 components. Foreign exchange consists of 4 components. What are these 4 components? Gold purchased by RBI kept with itself. Right? The currencies, let's say dollar, pound, yuan, yen, right, etc., which are there with RBI. Third one is a STR, special drawing right. Fourth one is right, the reserve tranche or the gold tranche at IMF. Now, do not worry about all of this. We'll discuss all of them when I take up the concept of international trade. Right? International trade, you'll have to have a connection with that. As well as the IMF, you'll have to have connection with that. So please look at it. I've written it already. Even if you type 100 times, I'll not answer it now. Please don't waste your time. I've said here, I'll cover this under IMF. And trust me, right? I'll give you PPT today itself of IMF. There are slides covering both the concept of STR, special drawing right, as well as reserve tranche, right, under the concept of IMF. Why? You need to understand exchange rate to understand all of it. And I hope you know that we have not yet discussed exchange rate anyway so far. Right, here and there I've given you the glimpse of it, but we have not discussed how exchange rates are determined. What is happening in India today? What will happen if exchange rate moves like this, moves like that, etc., etc. So who will maintain all of this? Who will maintain the gold? Who will maintain the foreign currencies? Who will maintain STR as well as a gold tranche? It is a Reserve Bank of India. RBI maintains all of this. Okay. So these are some of the functions of RBI. Right? These are some of the functions of Reserve Bank of India. Now, before going forward, right, any issues so far? Any issues so far? Can I go to the next one? RBI infuses 1 lakh crore in one day, highest in 4 years, sign of tight liquidity. My dear, did we not discuss that some time ago? Did we not discuss that some time ago? Right? I explained to you there is a banking liquidity deficit and RBI has infused more than 1 lakh crore rupees, etc., etc. You are taking that newspaper article, pasting it again and asking me the same question, which means you are not even focusing on what I am discussing. Okay? If RBI gives 100 rupees to a bank, it is liability. How was it? Their asset. Again, I'll just tell you. There is a concept of balance sheet. If you have not understood, simply by heart. How difficult is it? By heart it. I said in the balance sheet, there are two sides, assets and liabilities. If you have a G security, you have the G security now. Is it not an asset for you? Right? You have a G security. Is it not an asset for you? Right? So that's the reason you will put it on the asset side. But how did you get that G security? Think of it. How did you get that G security? You got the G security because you gave 100 rupees to the bank. So that's the reason 100 rupee will kept on the liability side. If you don't trust me, right, I know many of you will not trust me. Doesn't matter, even if I 100 times explain to you the balance sheet, you will never agree to me. When I give a break after some time, type balance sheet of RBI. In the Google, type balance sheet of RBI and go to images tab and look at the balance sheet of RBI and check now where is a currency notes and coins mentioned, under the asset side or liability side. Check it. You'll automatically realize it. It will be mentioned in liability side. I know that it is mentioned in liability side, but you check it. Okay, done. So these are the functions of Reserve Bank of India. M1 is part of M3 and M4. How can we differentiate between broad money and narrow money? My dear, do you not know what is or which part of the money supply has a high liquidity and low liquidity? Let me ask you a very simple question. You have 100 rupee, right? Cash. You have kept it in the pocket. Does it have high liquidity or low liquidity? You will keep the same 100 rupee in the bank in the fixed deposit. Is it high liquidity or low liquidity? And don't you think RBI will get all the data? Right? That's the reason I kept on telling you people, banks will provide all the data to RBI. RBI will get all of this data. You don't worry. Okay? Done. Next, one more concept related to RBI, DICGC, Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation. Okay? Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation. Now, please understand this. It's a statutory body. First and foremost, Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation was set up Government of India after passage of the Act of 1961. DICGC 1961, right? So DICGC Act was passed by the government, and as a result of the passage of the Act, we have one more authority, Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation. Right now, who owns, right, under whose ownership DICGC will be kept? It is under the ownership of Reserve Bank of India. It is owned by Reserve Bank of India, which is owned by Government of India. Now, what is the role of the DICGC? And look at the current affairs, it's very, very important. Right? What is the role of the DICGC? DICGC will provide insurance to the deposits. I repeat, DICGC will provide insurance to the deposits. Right? What do you mean by that? Imagine you have 2 lakh rupees. You will go to the bank, keep the 2 lakh rupees in the fixed deposit. Now, what if the bank incurs a huge amount of a loss? Bank incurs a huge amount of a loss. Do you think the bank will be able to return your deposit now? Right? The bank doesn't have money to give the deposits back to you. In that case, who will give the money to you? In such a case, who will provide that money to you? It is the Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation. As per the recent policy, remember this, Government of India has increased the deposit insurance for the deposits to 5 lakh rupees. I've written it here. It has increased the coverage of the deposits to 5 lakh rupees, meaning in any bank that you have kept the deposits, whatever deposit it is, in any of these banks that you have kept the deposit, up to 5 lakh rupees insurance will be provided to you, up to 5 lakh rupees. Sir, what if my value of the money is more than 10 lakh rupees? Again, doesn't matter. Up to 5 lakh rupee insurance will be provided to your deposits. Right? Whatever money that you keep, up to 5 lakh rupees, that is the maximum limit. Threshold limit is up to 5 lakh rupees. And when the banks will keep these, when the banks will provide for these, the insurance for all of this, the bank from its pocket, they will not collect it from the customers. The bank from its pocket will provide for insurance premium. The banks will have to pay this, not the customers. The banks will have to pay for this. So the insurance premium, for every 100 rupee that the bank wants to get the insurance, the bank has to pay 12 paise. Remember this, 12 paise. I'm specifically mentioning this because of two reasons. One, you know what has happened in USA, and second, in case of India also, in the last couple of years, there have been bank crises. Some of the cooperative banks have incurred losses. That is where DICGC comes into picture. So for every 100 rupee, the bank has to pay a premium amount of 12 paise to get the insurance done. Right? And what type of banks are covered under this? Regional rural banks, cooperative banks, right? Let's say private sector bank, foreign banks, all these banks are covered. All these banks are covered under the DICGC. All of them are covered under DICGC. In fact, rather than saying all of them are covered, RBI simply says, if I give a banking license to someone, if I give a banking license to someone, by default they will come under DICGC. Is it okay? If I give a banking license to someone, by default they will come under the coverage of DICGC, Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation. And very recently, Government of India has introduced one more regulation here, one more guideline. Right? The amount has to be paid to the customers in 90 days. Remember this. Imagine a bank is there. The bank tells RBI, right, done. I will not be able to continue to operate. I'm going to close down. This announcement has been done by a bank. In the next 90 days from the date of submission, in the next 90 days, the DICGC has to provide this deposit insurance, right, to the customers. So these are certain very, very important points regarding DICGC. Now, is this facility uniform in all the countries? Of course, no. Of course, no. From one country to another country, the facility will keep on changing. For example, in case of USA, we have 5 lakh rupees. They have $250,000. This was there very recent in the newspaper. Remember this. In case of USA, they do not have 5 lakh rupees. In fact, they have a coverage of $250,000. That is $2.5 lakh worth of deposits are covered by one more authority there, FIDC, Federal Insurance for Deposits, right? So FIDC authority is there, right? And that authority will provide insurance coverage up to $250,000 worth of dollars. So from one country to another country, the number will keep on changing, but the concept is similar. That is, a part of your deposits will be insured by the banks by paying certain amount of premium. That's a basic idea regarding the DICGC. Okay, so this is one more concept related to Reserve Bank of India. So this is this is the complete discussion related to RBI. Now, let's take a break. But before that, any kind of a doubts you people have, let me know now. Any kind of a doubt that you people might have, please do let me know now. Just a second. Where does DICGC comes into picture? If a bank goes to RBI and says, I'm not able to continue to operate. I've incurred a loss. I will not be able to continue to operate. I want to close. In such a case, DICGC automatically will come into picture. Okay. If a bank closes, how will customers get money? My dear, how do you think insurance actually works? Let me check your knowledge. Again, you don't have to become an expert to to understand all of these concept of insurance. How does insurance work? Forget about ECG. How do you think insurance works? Let's say there are three people, A, B, C. All the three people will get insurance. They'll pay a certain amount of money and they'll get the insurance. Do you think all of them will claim insurance? Can I give you a very simple example? I'm pretty sure all of you have used it. Two-wheeler insurance. Two-wheeler insurance. Right? How do you think the two-wheeler companies providing insurance will work? They will provide insurance for all the bikes in India. But you think of yourself. Understand this. You just think of yourself and you tell me, have you claimed bike insurance any point of time? I hope you understand. Can you claim the bike insurance at any point of time, let's say in the last 2 years or 3 years? Most of you would have paid insurance amount without getting any coverage. Without getting any coverage because nothing has happened. God's grace, nothing has happened. Car insurance, I keep on paying car insurance. Many of you people keep on paying car insurance. Do you keep on claiming the amount? No, that doesn't work out. Why? Car insurance will come into picture when you have accident. And how many of you will go and have an accident just to get money? Absolutely no. I hope you understand this. So this is how insurance system will work. This is how insurance system will work. That is, they will collect money from multiple people, but very few people will actually claim insurance. Is it okay? Right? That is the basic idea. And DICGC is doing the same thing. DICGC is doing the same thing. They are collecting insurance premium for everybody from all the banks in India. But one or two banks here and there will claim, right, the insurance, basically incur losses and customers will get the money. In fact, DICGC has a lot of money. Okay, they have a lot of money. Is there a loss to customers? If your deposits are, let's say, 1 crore rupees, you will not get the coverage of 1 crore rupees. You will get only coverage of 5 lakh rupees. Obviously, yes. Okay. How RBI will calculate money supply? Imagine your RBI, right? 5 banks are there in India. They will tell you how much is the worth of bank deposits they have. But you have printed 100 rupees and supplied in the market. Right? Don't you think you will be able to calculate how much is the demand deposit, how much is the time deposit, how much is the cash in circulation? Of course, yes. Okay. What is M0? M0, right, is the liability of RBI. It is a liability of RBI. What is a liability? Right, again, don't enter into accounting concept. Sir, right, you tell me 100 times, I'll not listen to you, by heart it. It is called as a high powered money or reserve money. How do we calculate it? All the currency notes and coins distributed by RBI, the deposits of the banks that are there with RBI, and the next one, the central government and state government deposits with the RBI. That is how. And there is one more question, how M1 is there in M3 and M4? My dear, broad money, don't you think when you look at, let me focus, let me give a very simple example here. Imagine, right, imagine this, you went into a store. Right, that is superstore, right? So you went into a store, it's very, very huge. One way to look at the store is, you look at, let's say, only biscuits. You look at only biscuits. And another way to look at the store is, you stand at the entrance and you look at the whole store. Now, when you're looking at the whole store, complete store, shop, right? So what do you mean by store here? Shop. Don't you think biscuits, the rack where biscuits are kept, right, that is also part of the store? I hope you understand this, right? Because some of you are asking, how come M1 is there in M3 and M4? Broad money means you're looking at the overall money supply. When you're looking at the overall money supply in the banking sector with the customers, etc., will you not be counting the cash with the public? Will you not be counting Right, the deposits, that is basically the time deposits and demand deposits in the banking sector. Of course, yes. Okay, so that is a basic idea. How DICC is linked with banking license? What I said was, if RBI gives a banking license to anybody, by default, they will come under the coverage of DICGC. Do you understand my statement? If RBI will give a banking license to somebody, by default, they will come under the banking license. Okay, done. So that is the discussion. Now, before taking a break, I just want to discuss one last concept here. That is money multiplier. I want to discuss one more concept here. That is money multiplier. Now, what is this idea of a money multiplier? Follow this carefully. Let me ask you a very simple question. You are RBI governor. Focus now. Focus. You are RBI governor. You have printed 100 rupees and supplied it to the market. That 100 rupee has entered into the market. Don't you want to find out how many times 100 rupee will be circulated in the banking system? Think of it. Just think of it. Don't you want to find out how many times this 100 rupee will get circulated in the banking sector? You should be knowing it. As an RBI governor, you should find it out. Why? Now you want to know, if you reduce the repo rate, what is the impact of it? If you increase the CRR, what is the impact of it? If you reduce the SLR, what is the impact of it? Right? I hope you understand this. When I say you have increased the money supply by 100 rupees, can we do it by printing 100 rupee and giving it? Of course, yes. Can RBI do the same thing by reducing CRR or not? Rather than printing 100 rupee and giving it to the bank, can RBI reduce the CRR and increase the money supply by 100 rupees? Of course, yes. Can we do it by reducing repo rate? Yes. Can we do it by reducing SLR? Of course, yes. So now the argument is that as an RBI governor, you should be able to find out, if you're going to increase 100 rupee in the banking sector, how many times it will get circulated, right? How much loans would be created by this, etc. And you'll be able to find out, that with the concept of money multiplier. You'll be able to find out all of this with the idea called as money multiplier, money multiplier. What is this money multiplier? Follow this carefully. Many of you will get stuck up here. Follow this carefully. What is M3 divided by M0? And let me write the formula first. What is M3 divided by M0? In fact, many of the books will also give you one more formula, M1 upon M0, but the most important measure is M3 upon M0. Now, what is this M3 upon M0? M3 represents broad money. Right? I hope you understand. M3 represents broad money. And what is there in the broad money? In the broad money, we have, right, cash with the public. How much cash we have? We also have time and demand deposits with the banking sector. Time and demand deposits with the banking sector. Now, is it okay if I say these kinds of deposits which are there with the banking sector or the cash with the public, it will lead to a lot of money circulation in the economy? It will lead to a lot of money circulation in the economy. For example, as a bank, you have 100 rupee deposit. Will you not give loans? Of course, yes. If you give loan to, let's say, a company will take the loan, they will purchase a machine. And they will pay that loan amount to one more company, which again goes into bank. Now the bank will use it to again give loan. Fractional reserve system. The FRAs will come into play here. That's the reason what we do is, we'll take M3 in the numerator and how much money has been increased by RBI, how much money has been, right, increased or let's say supplied by RBI, we'll keep it in the form of M0. If RBI will, let's say, print 100 rupee, give it to a bank. If RBI will print 100 rupee, give it to a bank, as a result of this 100 rupee, total money circulation, let's say, increases by 800 rupees. I will repeat the statement. I will repeat the statement. RBI will print 100 rupee, give it to the bank, but because of the fractional reserve system in the banking sector, total money supply will increase by 800 rupees. Can I call this as a money multiplier of 8 times? I'll repeat it again. If RBI prints 100 rupees, gives it to a bank, bank will give it as a loan to a company will purchase raw material, again that money will come to the bank, again a fractional reserve system will work out, total money supply increases by 800 rupees, which means 100 rupee will lead to credit creation of 800 rupees. That is money multiplier. That is money multiplier, right? So 8 times will become money multiplier, right? So usually in case of India, money multiplier is somewhere around 5 to 6. In case of India, money multiplier is 5 to 6, and RBI uses it. I hope you understand. RBI uses it. Sir, how does RBI use it? If RBI increases the repo rate, now RBI knows money supply will come down by how much? If RBI reduces CRR, now RBI knows money supply will increase by how much, right? That is how RBI will be using M0, M1, M2, M3, M4, money multiplier, right? CRR, SLR, repo, reverse repo, STF, etc. either to increase money supply, to reduce money supply in the economy. Done? Okay. So why not M4? Please understand, banking sector is involved in the credit creation. How many of you think India Post is involved in giving loans? Let me check. Right? How many of you think India Post is involved in giving loans to the companies, etc.? Of course, no. It is a banking sector. So if you want to find out if RBI will increase money supply by 100 rupees, to what extent overall money supply will increase, don't you think M3 is a better indicator compared to M4? Look at it. Don't you think M3 is a better indicator to find out if RBI increase money supply by 100 rupees? M3 is a better indicator compared to M4. Why? M4 has postal deposits. India Post doesn't collect money from you and start giving loans to companies. No, that is not the role of India Post, right? But banking sector, of course, yes, they will do it. And that's the reason, have a look at what are the components in M3, right? What are the components in M3? Have a look at it. Okay, done. So these are certain very, very important functions of Reserve Bank of India. Okay, these are important functions of Reserve Bank of India. RBI, very, very important. We have spent a lot of time in discussing RBI. I hope you understand. We spent a lot of time in discussion over Reserve Bank of India. So please be careful. Questions have been asked by UPSC, right? But again, if you check the last 5 years question papers, you generally find questions on RBI, right, in prelims. Prelims generally on 2 to 3 questions will come from RBI. Okay. Now next concept. Okay. Before that, let's take a break. Let's take a break. Right. Before we start with the next concept of nationalization, let's take a break. So I'll start at 7:55, 7:53. I'll restart at 7:53 a.m. by the way, 7:53 a.m. Take a break now. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Any issue with the sound? If I'm audible, please give me a thumbs up. Say yes, why yes, yes, anything is okay. Okay, so I was just going through some of the comments given by the students. I generally find, let's say there are two types of students. One who are not revising. Second, those who have joined, let's say today, right? Most of you are, let's say some of you, not most of you, some of you said, sir, this is my first class. Because this is your first class, you will feel everything is new for you. Trust me when I say this, you will feel everything is new for you. Right? I'll use a term, scheduled commercial bank. Suddenly you will put a question, sir, what is scheduled commercial bank? Right, etc., etc. So have a look at this. It's normal. It's normal because you have joined right somewhere in between, and when the classes are going on, it's normal. Again, the classes will be done from the beginning. Please join that particular batch again. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, so let's go forward. Let's go forward. Sir, what is money multiplier? Money multiplier simply means with the change in the base money, to what extent the broad money will change. I hope you understand. Right? With the change in the base money, to what extent the broad money will change. For example, I said, if RBI increases 100 rupees, that is increase the money supply by 100 rupees, is RBI changing base money then? Of course, yes. So when RBI changes the base money, to what extent the broad money will change? Because there's a fractional reserve system which happens to create credit in the market. So to what extent the broad money will change? That measurement is called as the money multiplier. In the example I told you, if RBI increases money supply by 100, the broad money will change by 800 rupees, which is basically having a money multiplier of 8 times. Okay, now let me go to the next discussion. Next concept of discussion, nationalization in the banking sector. What is the idea of nationalization? Now, nationalization already we have discussed. Nationalization simply means the ownership is getting transferred. The ownership getting transferred from the private to the government. That is the idea of a nationalization. For example, earlier we nationalized the coal sector. We nationalized the banking sector. We nationalized the civil aviation, telecom, etc., etc. So nationalization was conducted even in the banking sector. So two rounds of nationalization. The first round of nationalization was done in 1970, where 14 banks were now transferred under the government ownership. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. Right? The government of India transferred 14 banks under its ownership. Again, the second round was conducted in 1980, under which 6 banks, the ownership of 6 of the banks, were transferred under the government of India. Now, why? What was the reason? Why government of India went for nationalization at this point of time? First one, there was a need to promote rural industries. Simple. There was a need to promote rural development and growth. Now, when you talk about rural here, you're simply referring to villages. You're simply referring to villages. Now, you're talking about a private company, that is a private bank. The private sector is not focused so much on development of villages. They're focused on urban part of India, that is cities, right? And the reason is simple for them. If I go to a village, set up a branch in the village, I'll have to spend a lot of money. But what about my profits? How much deposits can I collect? How much loans can I give? What rate of interest I should charge, etc., etc. So when you look at all these, right, let's say aspects, so that is cost to benefit analysis, it makes more sense for the bank to open a branch in city rather than a village. Any problem with this? Right? It makes more benefit for a bank to open their branches in a city rather than opening the branches in the villages, because the loans may not be very, very high in terms of value. Right? The defaults could be very, very high. People will take loans, will not repay it. Right? People's incomes are also very low compared to urban part of India. So what had happened until then was the concentration of the banks was very high in cities compared to villages. But right, even today, I hope you know this. Like today, even then also, most of the population in India resided in villages. For example, at the time of independence, have a look at the data. At the time of independence, around 50% of the GDP contribution in India came from agriculture sector, around 50%. And around 70% of the labor, right, that is the people who are working, were working in agriculture sector. Now, I hope you will not ask me, sir, why agriculture is related to villages, why farmers are there in villages, etc. like this. Which means most of the working population resided in villages. Right? A lot of people in villages required loans, but the banks were not interested in the villages. They were more interested in cities. So there was a concentration of the banking sector more in cities compared to villages. Now, even in the cities, imagine you open a bank. Will you focus on giving loans to poor people in cities or to businessmen? Of course, you will now focus on the businesses. You'll focus on the companies. Now, if you keep on giving loans to companies, who will give loans to poor people then? Right? You are not interested in all of it. Why? Your objective is not social welfare. Your objective is profit. So Government of India looked at all of these aspects, that is promotion of rural industries, promotion of right, the farmers, welfare of poor populations in cities, reducing the concentration of the branches in cities, expanding them in rural part, etc., etc. Citing all these reasons, Government of India went for nationalization in 2 rounds. The first round of nationalization was done in 1970 and second round of nationalization was done in 1980. But after that, we have not gone for nationalization. We have not done nationalization after the second round. Why? Post 1991. Remember, the year 1991 is relevant for you. 1991 is important. Why 1991 is important? We implemented reforms. We'll discuss this separately. Do not worry. We implemented reforms in 1991, famously referred to as liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Don't worry, we'll discuss it separately. So after 1991, rather than government nationalizing these banks, we have allowed private sector banks to come into India. We have allowed foreign banks to come into India. We have allowed or promoted more and more participation of the private sector. So post 1991, we have not gone for nationalization. But what is the policy right now for the government? What kind of policy does the government follow right now in case of public sector banks? It is basically idea of a big bank or bank mergers. Idea of a big bank or bank mergers. Right? So two of you are saying, sir, in book it is given 1969, you are given 1970. So the law was introduced, bill was introduced. Again, the case was taken up by the court. Again, the bill was repealed and re-implemented. I hope you understand. 1969, yes, we introduced the bill. Because if Government of India wants to nationalize something, they will have to introduce a bill for it. So it was introduced, but again, case was taken up. Don't worry about the cases now, right? Not at all relevant. So government again reintroduced it in 1970. So some sources will give you 1969, some sources will give you 1970. Don't worry. I have given 1970 because government says 1970. I have given 1970. Okay. So now Government of India is not going for nationalization. Rather, government has introduced the concept of a large bank or a big bank. Now, what is the idea of a large bank or a big bank? Right? Focus on the discussion now. Imagine you want to develop infrastructure. You want to develop infrastructure. Sir, what kind of infrastructure? Let's say road development. Right? Expressways, road development, or bridge development, etc. All this is example of infrastructure. The requirement of loans will be very, very large. Large loans are needed. Large value loans are needed. Any difficulty here? You don't require 1 crore rupee loan. You don't require 2 crore rupee loan. You will require, let's say, 5,000 crore rupees, 10,000 crore rupees, 8,000 crore rupees, etc. like this. Now, these kinds of large value loans and longer tenure loans cannot be provided by smaller banks. Any difficulty in this? Let me know. These kind of large value loans and long tenure loans cannot be provided by smaller banks. Right, and now what we have done is we have introduced the concept of a large bank. For example, is it okay if I say SBI is a very large bank? Anybody is disagreeing? Please do let me know. State Bank of India, in case of India, is a very, very large bank. ICICI Bank, Punjab National Bank, these are very, very large banks. Why? Larger in the sense they have huge amount of assets. They have huge amount of money and they can start financing large value loans. And these are also very well established in terms of giving longer tenure loans. Because if you want to construct a road, you will take, let's say, 500 or 5,000 crore rupee loan, not for 1 year. You would want it for 10 years. You would want it for right 20 years, etc., like this. So for development of infrastructure, you should have the bigger banks, larger banks to facilitate. This is one reason. Second reason is you want the Indian banks to compete with other banks. All of you will agree? We want Indian banks to compete with the banks in other countries. Why? The banks from other countries are coming to India and they are competing with Indian banks. So we want them to go to the foreign market. We want these banks to become very large, compete with other banking sector. Right? That is also very relevant. Right? Third reason, have a look at this. India's infrastructure requirements are very, very high. Right? I'll give you a current affairs example. Follow this carefully. The infrastructure requirements in India are very, very high. Right? And very small banks cannot satisfy all of them. Right? For a very simple reason, have a look at this. There is a project which has been launched by the government, National Infrastructure Pipeline. Now, don't worry about this. We will discuss this when I take up industries. Do not worry. National Infrastructure Pipeline, NIP, National Infrastructure Pipeline. Under NIP, Government of India wants to invest totally, right? Not just government, totally. The government wants to have a total investment of more than 110 lakh crore rupees. More than 110 lakh crore rupees from the center, from the state, from the private sector. Total investment expected is 110 lakh crore rupees. Do you think small banks can provide loans for these kind of infrastructure projects? Again, no. Right? So these are some of the reasons. One, infrastructure requirements are very, very high in India. Second, smaller banks will not be able to satisfy all the requirements for type of loans in India. Third, Government of India wants these banks not only to become competitive in India, but also compete with the banks from other countries. Banks from other countries. In addition to this, whenever you create a larger bank, I hope you understand, whenever you create a larger bank, for example, let's say bank A is there, B is there, and C is there. You will take both A and B and merge it with C. Has it been happening in India? Of course, yes. I'll give you an example. Right. So, Government of India has taken 5 associate banks of SBI. Earlier, couple of years ago, there were associate banks. Right. Of what? Of SBI. We had State Bank of Patiala, State Bank of Travancore, right? State Bank of Jaipur, etc. like this. So, what we have done? We have taken all these associate banks, merged it into one bank, that is SBI, making it a very, very large bank. Right? I'll give you one more example. Earlier, there was a bank by the name of Dena Bank. Right? There was one more bank, Vijaya Bank. Government of India took Dena as well as Vijaya Bank, merged it into, right, into only one bank, that is right, Bank of Baroda. So, a lot of these banks, which were earlier individual banks, now have been taken and merged into these right, other banks, bigger banks, hence creating a much larger bank. Right? So what is the objective? Some of the objectives I've discussed. A lot of the other objectives are written here. Let me go one by one. Now, if these banks are merged, can I simply say now a larger bank will have more assets? Think of it. Right? When these particular banks are merged, will the larger bank have more assets now? Of course, yes. Can they provide larger value loans? Yes. Don't you think the resources such as human resources can be utilized much more efficiently now? Human resource, again there's a drawback to that, I'll come to that, don't worry. Human resources will be used much more efficiently. Sir, what do you mean by this? I'll give a simple example. Don't write this in the exam, not required, but tell me, have you seen this or not? Earlier, imagine this is a very important, let's say, street in the city, right, or a central part of the city. You would have seen, you will see there is a branch of SBI. Opposite to branch of SBI, there is a State Bank of Travancore. After a couple of shops, you will see State Bank of Mysore. You will also see State Bank of Patiala, right? Jaipur, State Bank of Patiala, etc. So you would have seen, right, associated banks, that is the banks which are associated with each other, having multiple branches in the same area, trying to compete with each other, acquire the same customer. And as a result of this, what would be the cost of real estate here? Think of it. What would be the cost of real estate? What would be the labor salaries or wages paid here? What about electricity? That is electricity bills, right? I hope you understand. So many expenses would be very, very high. In fact, some of you are saying, sir, in my city, there is a road by the name of Bank Road. Right, I've seen this. There is a name of a road called as a Bank Road. Yes, of course, as many cities have it. Now what will happen? I've taken State Bank of Patiala, Travancore, Bikaner and Jaipur, merged all of it into one bank, that is State Bank of India. Will you have 4 branches in the same lane now? Will you have 4 branches in the same road? Of course, no. So rather than having 4 branches, we'll reduce it to 1 branch. Rather than having 50 employees in all the 4 branches, we'll reduce the employees to 20 people. Rather than paying electricity bills in 4 buildings, rent in 4 buildings, we'll reduce it to 1 building. Right? Are we not using scale here? This is called as a usage of scale, right? Economies of scale. That is, you are merging all the resources at one point and you are utilizing the resources much more efficiently. So cost of operations will come down. Rather than having 4 branches in one area, we'll simply close 3 branches, open it somewhere else. So the reach of the banking sector services will increase. Resources such as, let's say, labor resources, money, right, computers, etc. Resources can be collected together. Pooling means put together. Can lend it for many of the sectors such as infrastructure, can compete with the foreign banks as well. So these are, right, so these are some of the advantages associated with the merger of these banks into a larger bank. Then what are the concerns here? Right, what are the concerns? Of course, one, right, some of the people will be asked to put on the papers. That is unemployment. Right, because obviously, if you're going to merge these banks, will you require same number of employees? I hope you understand this. Will you require same number of employees? Of course, no. Right, voluntary retirement services will be introduced. People will be asked to, right, resign, etc., etc. Right, so one, of course, yes, some of the people will be losing the job. That is a negative aspect of it. Second, when you merge these banks, and create a very large bank, let me connect it to current affairs. You tell me, what if this bank becomes a Silicon Valley Bank? Think of it. When you merge these banks and create a larger bank, what if this bank becomes a Silicon Valley Bank? Unlike earlier situation, there were 3 different banks. Now there is a very large bank which is incurring a loss, which is going to shut down. Don't you think the impact of that on the economy will be much, much larger? Think of it, right? Impact of this on the economy will be much, much larger. That is just a hypothetical example. Again, hypothetical example. Don't write this in the exam. In case of India, the largest bank is what? State Bank of India. Very large bank. Now, what if State Bank of India fails? And underline the term what if. I'm not saying that. I'm not praying for it also. Right? Don't say anything. I'm simply saying, what if State Bank of India fails? Can you imagine the impact of it? I hope you understand. Can you imagine the impact of it on the whole economy? Right? So when you create a larger bank, what if the large bank fails? Right? Rather than having three different banks, you have merged it into only one bank, and this bank now will fail. So the impact would be much, much larger. Okay, impact would be much, much larger. Do we have any system in place? I'll come to that. Just give me some time. Right? Employees are worried about their jobs. Higher size will also means impact of failure will be much, much larger. And what about the benefit packages, work culture, right, etc., etc.? It will keep on changing, right? And please understand this. Many of the times, you may disagree, but trust me, this has happened. Many of the times, people will relate to a bank. Traders, companies, small shopkeepers have a relation with the bank. What do you mean by the bank? If you are from, let's say, state of Rajasthan, and there is a bank by the name of state of Bikaner and Jaipur, don't you think a lot of traders in that region would prefer to open a bank account in such bank? I hope you understand my statement. If you are a trader in Karnataka and there's a bank by the name of a State Bank of Mysore, don't you think the customers will have a attachment, a kind of a attachment to the bank? Hence, right, they will open more and more account in those banks. You may disagree with me, right? I hope you understand. You may disagree, but this is a fact. This is a fact, and this has been proven correct multiple times. I'll tell you an example. There was one of the associated banks in Kerala of SBI, State Bank of Travancore, SBT, State Bank of Travancore. The State Bank of Travancore has basically been merged with SBI now. Some of the traders who had their account in the State Bank of Travancore, Keralites, they felt that, okay, if it is going to be merged with the SBI, I cannot trust this bank much more now. Right? That connection, that relationship I had, right, I've lost it. So what I will do, I'll shift my deposit from this bank to another bank. Has it happened? Of course, yes, it has happened. This has happened, right? So work culture will change. The connection between the customers might be lost like this. So these are some of the concerns related to idea of a large bank, idea of a big bank. Okay. Now, do we have any system against this? That is, I said, large bank means if it fails, there will be a big problem. Do we have anything in the place in India to protect the banks like this? There is, there is this concept called as DSIB. There is this idea called as DSIB, Domestic Systemically Important Bank. Domestic Systemically Important Banks. DSIB. And current affairs, I'm connecting current affairs here. Right? These are also referred to as a very large banks or too big to fail banks. Too big to fail banks. And in case of India, today we have 3 DSIBs. I hope you understand. In case of India, we have 3 DSIBs. Right? What are the 3 tips in 3 DSIBs in India? ICICI Bank. Of course, one is your favorite, SBI Bank, and the third one is HDFC Bank. ICICI Bank, SBI Bank, and HDFC Bank. RBI has identified these 3 banks and has called them as a too big to fail banks or DSIBs, Domestic Systemically Important Banks. Now, what is the concept here? Right? RBI simply says these institutions are necessary. I hope you understand. These institutions are necessary to have a stable financial system in India. These are necessary. We cannot allow them to collapse. We cannot simply allow these 3 to collapse. That is a basic idea for systemically important banks. And how does RBI ensure that these 3 banks will not collapse? RBI has more strict regulations on them. Remember this. RBI has stringent regulations, strict regulations on them. Sir, what do you mean by strict regulations? I will tell this when I take up the concept of Basel guidelines. Because for this you require capital adequacy ratio. For this you require capital adequacy ratio. I will tell this, not now, when I take up Basel guidelines. So what RBI says is, I will not relax regulations on these three. I will in fact have more regulations on these three. Because more regulations, RBI says, the banks will be prevented from collapse. We are not going to have any kind of a collapse in this because I'm regulating it much higher level. Right? This is the idea for DSIB. Right? So again, some of you are saying, sir, what about DICGC? DICGC will come into picture when the bank collapses. I hope you understand this. DICGC will come into picture when the bank collapses. And what is RBI trying to do here? It is trying to prevent a collapse in the first place. Right? I hope you understand this. Right? So these are the three: ICICI, SBI and HDFC. These are the three DSIBs in India. As of now, these three are there. RBI can change it. RBI can add many more banks, but one of the criteria, right, on what basis RBI chooses them? The criteria is the asset size. The asset size of these banks should be at least 2% of GDP. The assets which are there with this bank should be at least 2% of GDP. Right? At least 2% of GDP should be the value of the assets held by DSIB. Only then RBI will consider them to be eligible to be considered under the concept of DSIB. Okay? Done? Are these private sector banks or public sector banks? SBI is a public sector bank. ICICI and HDFC are private sector. Both are private sector. So what does collapse mean? Collapse simply means the bank will not return your deposits. I hope you understand. Bank has reached a situation where it is unable to provide your deposits back. That is basically the idea of a bank collapse. Okay, now let me go to the next concept here, lending rate. Let me go to the next idea of a lending rate. Now before I start discussing, follow the concept here. Follow the concept. What is the meaning of the term lending rate? What does it actually mean? Here is a bank. Bank will collect deposits and bank will give loans. Bank will collect deposits and bank will give loans. Point number one. Point number two, when the bank will collect a deposit, bank will pay interest. Is it okay? When the bank has collected deposits from the customer, bank will pay interest. And when the bank will give loans, bank will charge interest. Now, this idea of a charging interest, this is basically lending rate. Any difficulty, please do let me know. What do you mean by lending rate? At what rate of interest is the bank giving loans to the customers? On what basis the rate of interest is decided? That is the important point here. That is called as a lending rate. But come to this idea, come to this concept. Important, slightly technical. Don't get confused. Whenever a bank will decide its lending rate, bank should consider various factors or parameters to determine it. Sir, what do you mean by this? Bank has collected deposits from the customers. Bank will pay rate of interest to the depositors. Sir, what kind of depositors? Fixed deposit, savings bank account, etc. So don't you think when you keep a fixed deposit with the bank, you will earn interest rate on it? Now, can I call this as a cost of funds for bank? Let me know. Can I call this rate of interest that is paid by the bank as cost of funds? Any difficulty, please do let me know right now. Right? The bank has collected money. They could collect money from you. They will collect money from RBI, from whomsoever. They have collected money. They'll pay rate of interest on it. I'll simply call this as cost of funds. So first factor that the bank should always consider in determining the lending rate is cost of funds. That is first one, cost of funds. Second, what about the profit of the company? What about profit of the banks? Don't you want the banks to earn profits? Of course, yes. So when the bank will give a loan and charge a rate of interest, should they even account for profit? Of course, yes. They should account for profit also in that. Third one, cost of CRR. This is slightly technical. Follow this carefully. Cost of CRR, or else they will use one more term, negative carry on CRR. Now let me explain this. What is the cost of CRR? Negative carry on the CRR. Here is a bank. Bank has collected deposit of, let's say, 100 crore rupees. Bank has collected deposit of how much? 100 crore. And let's say bank has promised, I will pay 10% rate of interest. The bank has said, I'll pay 10% rate of interest. Which means bank annually will pay 10 crore rupees interest on this. Is the calculation okay with all of you? Right? The bank will pay 10 crore rupees in the form of interest. Now what does the bank do? Bank will take this 100 crore, keep part of this in the form of CRR with RBI. Cash reserve ratio in the form of deposits with RBI. Right? Let's say hypothetically, let's say CRR is 4%. What does that mean? Out of 100 crore rupees, bank has taken 4 crore rupees, kept it with RBI, but RBI does not pay any interest on CRR. RBI does not pay any interest on CRR, cash reserve ratio. Now I'll put it in the statement. Follow this very carefully. Bank, when it has collected deposits, on the full deposit, bank has to pay interest. But part of the deposits, bank is not allowed to use. It has to keep with RBI, that is CRR. But understand this, on the CRR, bank doesn't earn any interest. On the CRR, bank doesn't earn any interest. CRR is part of the deposit, and on the full deposit, bank pays interest. But on this CRR, bank doesn't earn any interest. Can I call this interest that is paid on the CRR value by the bank as a cost of CRR? Let me know. Can I basically say, right, the bank pays interest on the CRR to customer. Bank pays interest on the CRR to the customer, because CRR is a part of a deposit. But the bank doesn't earn any interest on it. Can I call this as a cost of CRR or negative carry on CRR? Any difficulty? Please do let me know now. Negative carry on CRR. So very difficult to understand, right? Some of you are saying very, very difficult. Not very difficult. Let me divide it much further. 100 crore is there. 100 crore rupee deposit. Bank will pay the interest on full 100 crore. Is it clear with all of you? You have kept 100 crore deposit with the bank. Bank will pay 100 crore, interest on full 100 crore. But can I divide this 100 crore into two parts? 90 crore where bank can earn interest, and 4 crore CRR where bank will not earn any interest. But now just think of it. Can the bank tell you that they will pay interest only on 96 crore, not on 4 crore rupees to you? I hope you understand. Can the bank simply tell you, right? The bank manager will call you and say, sir, please come, madam, please come. You have kept a deposit of 100 crore. I am not using all 100 crore. 4 crore, RBI has taken it. So when I calculate 10% interest for you, I will calculate only on 96 crore, not on 4 crore rupees. How many of you will accept it? How many of you will accept it? You simply say, nice sir, I don't care what is the arrangement between you and RBI. I have given 100 crore to you, you give me 10% on 100 crore. So what is the problem here? Bank will not earn any interest on the 4 crore, but will pay interest to the customer on 4 crore. That is cost of CRR or negative carry on CRR. Any difficulty here? Any difficulty? So this is one more factor. Right? This is one more factor that the bank has to carry. Now, can I add one more factor? Many of you are saying, sir, but the bank is earning more. Arey Baba, don't worry. Are you earning? Forget about everything. You tell me, are you earning anything on the 4 crore rupees? You are a bank. Are you earning anything on the 4 crore rupees? You tell me that answer. Answer is no. Then don't you think whatever rate of interest you decide on the loans should be higher? I hope you understand the common sense here. Right? Very simple connection. Because you are giving a loan, you are not earning anything on the CRR, will you not increase your lending rate? What if I said, understand this carefully, just to make it much more clear. What if I said, right, you keep CRR with RBI, RBI will pay 10% rate of interest. Hypothetically, you keep 4 crores with RBI, RBI will give you 10% rate of interest on it. Now, will you charge the rate of interest higher on the loans? Will you charge more rate of interest? Of course, no. Because that CRR rate of interest you are earning from RBI. So again, come back to this. Many of you are saying, but sir, when they give a loan, they will charge a higher rate of interest. Precisely this reason. Precisely for this. They have kept a CRR, they are not earning anything. So they are earning in the form of rate of interest. They will increase it. Right? So cost of the funds, profits, cost of CRR. What about term or the tenure of the loan? What term or tenure of the loan? Of course, yes. The term or tenure of the loan should also have an impact on what is the rate of interest, right, on the loans given by the banks. And the fifth one, what about the borrower? What about a borrower? Sir, what do you mean by what about a borrower? Imagine you are a bank manager. Right? Understand this. Imagine you are a bank manager. Mr. Ratan Tata will come to you, ask for a loan. A farmer will come to you, ask for a loan. Now you tell me, are you not taking a higher risk by giving loan to a farmer? Simple question, by the way. Are you not taking a higher risk? Now, sir, why do you always target farmer? Remove the farmer from the picture, put me instead. Right? Imagine I am also coming to you. Right? The Mr. Ratan Tata is also coming to you. Are you not taking a higher risk by giving a loan to me? Of course, yes. And if you're taking a higher risk, will you not charge a higher rate of interest when you give a loan to me? I hope you understand. Right? Are you not charging a higher rate of interest because there is a higher risk involved? So even what is the profile of the borrowers? There is a risk involved here. What is the profile of the borrowers? That will also determine what is the interest rate charged by the bank here. Right? Now, what is the system in India? What is the system, right? What is the system in India? Sir, what is the risk if you are a salaried one? My dear, my salary is 50K. I am taking a loan of, let's say, 10 lakh rupees. Mr. Ratan Tata's salary is in terms of crores of rupees. He is taking a loan of 10 lakh rupees. You tell me where there is a better chance of collecting back the loans. Okay? Right, so have a look at this. There is a lot of risk involved here. Obviously, the rate of interest charged from one borrower to another borrower will change. So these are the various factors that the banks will use in determining what is their lending rate, in determining what is the rate of interest. Now, what are the systems we are using in India? Earlier, understand this, we had different systems. Right? For example, we had a primary lending rate. Before that, we had base rate regime. Right? First, we had base rate regime, then we had primary lending rate. Then we introduced a new system called as benchmark primary lending rate. But in all these cases, RBI found the banks are not transferring the benefit of rate reduction to customers. Let me explain it. Follow this carefully. First, we had what? Base rate regime. Then we introduced a primary lending rate. Then we introduced a benchmark primary lending rate. But in all these cases, even to the extent of lending rate, that is marginal cost of funds based lending rate, RBI has found that banks are not transferring the complete benefit of rate reduction to borrowers. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let me explain this. Follow this carefully. Imagine here is a bank. Bank will take a loan from RBI at, let's say, 4% rate of interest. Now the bank will calculate, right, this as 4% plus profit plus operational expenses, right, plus CRR, etc., etc., and the bank will charge a 10% rate of interest to customer. Bank will simply charge, let's say, 10% rate of interest to customer. Now, what if RBI reduces its rate of interest from 4% to 3%? Have a look at this. What if RBI reduces its rate of interest from 4% to 3%? Don't you think the bank should also reduce it from 10% to 9%? It's a very simple example, by the way. It's not that simple always. It's very complicated, but focus on this example. If RBI will reduce its rate of interest from 4% to 3%, shouldn't the bank also reduce its rate of interest from 10% to 9%? RBI says banks do not do it. Banks do not do it. When RBI reduces from 4 to 3%, banks will reduce it from 10% to 9.8%. Right? Banks will simply reduce it from 10 to 9.8%. Now, can I say this situation as a situation wherein complete benefit of rate reduction is not given to customers? I'll repeat the statement. RBI on one side reduces from 4 to 3%, but on the other hand, right, the banks, rather than reducing from 10 to 9%, will reduce the rate of interest from 10% to 9.8%. RBI says banks are not transferring the complete benefit to customers. And what is the whole idea here? What is the whole idea? RBI uses a term called as monetary policy transmission. Monetary policy transmission, MPT, monetary policy transmission. Right, so define monetary policy transmission. MPT simply means what is the impact of rate changes on the credit activity of the banks. I'll repeat it again. What is MPT? What is the impact of changes in the rates? Change in the rates by whom? Reserve Bank of India. If RBI changes the rates, what is the impact of that on the lending activity of the banking sector? That is called as a monetary policy transmission. If RBI reduces its lending rate from 4 to 3%, what does RBI expect? RBI expects that banks will also reduce their lending rate, and as a result of this, the credit issued should increase. Any problem here? Right? Can I call this as a monetary policy transmission? I hope you understand. Can I call this as a monetary policy transmission here, MPT? RBI reduces its lending rate. Banks are taking, right, the loans from RBI, and they will also reduce their lending rate, thereby increasing the loans which are given in the market. Rate of interest has come down, more loans have been issued. Can I call this as a monetary policy transmission or not? Right? Anybody has a problem with this term? Let me know. Anybody has a problem with this term, monetary policy transmission? Now, right, imagine this. RBI has reduced from 4% to 3%. Banks have reduced from 10% to 9.8%. Do you think there is a sudden increase, or let's say large increase in the amount of loans issued by banks here? I hope you understand. Do you think the banks are going to issue more loans here? No. There will be a slight change, but not a very large change. The banks have reduced the rate of interest by small percentage, marginal change, and the amount of credit issued has not increased by much. I will call this as inefficient monetary policy transmission. I will call this as inefficient monetary policy transmission. Now, on the other hand, if RBI reduces the rate of interest from 4 to 3%, banks will reduce their lending rate, let's say from 10 to 9%. Don't you think the amount of loans issued would be much, much higher? Rate of interest charged on the new loans would be lower. That is basically efficient monetary policy transmission. So RBI said there are different ways through which the banks are determining their interest rates. We have, right, earlier we had base rate, then we had, right, let's say concept of a primary lending rate, then we introduced benchmark primary lending rate. But RBI says under all of them, I reduced my lending rate, I reduced my interest rates, but the banks have not transferred the benefits to customers. So the monetary policy transmission has been inefficient. Monetary policy transmission has been inefficient. That is the precise reason. What RBI did was they have replaced all of them, right? They have basically discontinued base rate, right? The benchmark primary lending rate, etc. Now mainly we have two types of systems. Have a look at this. Mainly we have two types of systems. One is called as the marginal cost of funding based lending rate. Second one is external benchmarking. This is very, very famous now. Right? This is very, very famous. External benchmarking is very, very famous. Sir, what is that? What is this? Don't worry about the past regimes. Many of you are asking me, explain BPLR. Not needed now. Not at all needed. If you're writing a bank exam, you might read it. But for civil services, not needed. In 1990s, we introduced the concept of the base rate regime, 1993. Then in 2004 and 5, we introduced the concept of the primary lending rate. 2010, we introduced the concept of benchmark primary lending rate. Are we using all of them? No, we have discontinued it. Right now, we are using the marginal cost of funds based lending rate. And second one is external benchmarking. For example, today you go to a bank, take a housing loan. It will come under external benchmarking. MSME takes a loan from a bank, it will come under external benchmarking. Now, what is this idea of MCLR and external benchmarking? Under MCLR, RBI told the banks to decide their lending rate. I'll repeat the statement. Understand this carefully. Under marginal cost of funds based lending rate, RBI prescribed, I hope you understand, RBI prescribed certain parameters on which banks would decide their lending rate. Is the logic okay? I'll repeat it again. What is MCLR, which was introduced from 1st April 2016? Under this, RBI prescribed the parameters. RBI told you decide your lending rate based on these parameters. Sir, what are the parameters? Cost of funds, right? The negative carry on the CRR, operational expenses, profit motive, tenure of the loans, etc. So based on these parameters, you decide your lending rate. You decide your lending rate. That was basically the concept of marginal cost of funds based lending rate. And RBI felt with introduction of this new system from 2016, banks will become much more efficient now. They'll be transferring the benefit of rate reduction to the customers. They'll be transferring the rate reduction to the customers now. Right? Policy transmission will become very efficient. How the banks will calculate their lending rate, it will become very transparent. Customers will be benefiting. Banks will also be ensuring there is accountability in the system, etc. But understand this carefully. Even under the introduction of MCLR, RBI says there is inefficient monetary policy transmission. Is it okay? Even with the introduction of MCLR, there is inefficient monetary policy transmission. Now, many of you will be thinking, sir, why? Why does it happen? Why is the monetary policy inefficient? Now, look at this example. I said bank will take a loan from RBI and give a loan to customer. But how many of you think whatever loans are issued by the bank, all this money will come from RBI? Let me know. How many of you think that whatever loans are taken by the bank, all of this money will come from RBI? Is the statement correct? Absolutely no. Statement is wrong. I repeat the statement. In this example, I said bank has taken loan from RBI, given a loan. But does it always mean that whatever loans are issued by the bank, the money will always come from RBI? Absolutely no. Money will come from customers. Money will come from customers such as you and me. Now, many of the times, the rate of interest that is paid to the customers doesn't change. Many of the times. Now, the argument of the bank is RBI has changed the repo rate. RBI has changed repo rate. But I'm still paying the same rate of interest to customers. Is it okay? Many of you are countering me, saying that, sir, why is anti-profiteering is not applicable to you? Please understand, don't apply profiteering here. Banks are not profiteering. Banks are not profiteering. It's very complicated here. Banks are saying RBI has reduced the repo rate. But what about the rate of interest I'm paying to customers? It has remained same. So if it has remained same, just because RBI has reduced the rate of interest, should I be reducing my rate of interest by 1%? No, that will not work out for me. Is the logic okay with all of you? Is the logic okay? And I'll give you one more complicated issue here. I'll give you one more complicated issue. Right? Imagine you are a bank. You have given 2 loans. Follow this carefully. Imagine you are a bank. You have given 2 loans. One loan you have given to a company. Company has incurred a loss. They have not returned the loan to you. Now, don't you think when you are giving the third loan, you already know you are going to incur a loss from the first loan? Is it okay? Don't you think you already know that you are going to incur a loss from the first loan because they are not going to give it back? Now, you tell me, you are a bank manager, what will be the rate of interest on the third loan? Will you charge the same rate of interest, or you will slightly increase the rate of interest so that you will compensate for the losses? Is the logic okay? Is the logic okay or not? Does it make sense to you or not? This is how the banks will operate. This is how the banks will operate. Right? You are looking at a very simple sequence here. RBI reduces, you want the banks to reduce. But the banks earlier said, I cannot decide the rate of interest on savings bank account. Many of you will say, sir, why? Until 2012, right? Remember this, until 2011, 2012, RBI used to decide the rate of interest on savings bank account. RBI used to dictate it. But after that, RBI has told the banks, you decide the rate of interest that you will give on deposits. Now, right, understand this now. Connect it to current affairs. Right, how many of you see the banks are reducing the rate of interest on savings bank accounts in recent times? Let me see how many of you actually track what is happening to your money. Right, how many of you have checked this? In recent times, banks are actually reducing the rate of interest on the deposits. They have done it. Why? I'll come to that. Right, it makes perfect sense. When you look at what is happening in the economy, it makes perfect sense. Now, this is basically the idea of the monetary policy transmission. Now, we introduced MCLR. RBI felt under MCLR, because the banks have to decide the lending rate on these parameters, now there will be efficient monetary policy transmission. But the banks again gave this argument, that argument, and even MCLR has not been, very, very efficient. So what is the way forward now? RBI set up one committee, right, which was headed by Mr. Janak Raj. Right, very famously referred to as Janak Raj Committee. And this Janak Raj Committee has recommended a new system to be introduced, which is used in many other developed countries. And this new system is called as external benchmarking. External benchmarking. Now, what is this idea of external benchmarking? Follow the concept. Imagine right now repo rate is 5%. I'll take simple examples. Imagine repo rate is 5%. What you will do is, while giving a loan to the customer, right, and this is how they do it. I have a housing loan, so I know it. Please ask your parents, they will show you the loan document. Forget our loan document. Ask them to check the mail that has been sent by the banks in the last 2 months. I'm pretty sure they have received a mail from the bank explaining the same thing. Imagine you go to a bank now, you want to take a housing loan. The bank will tell you now, this is how the rate of interest on the housing loan will be calculated. That is, repo rate will be taken, and above and over repo rate, they are going to count it as a 2.5%. That is repo rate plus 2.5%. Right? You will ask me, sir, what is this 2.5%? Bank says, my operational expenditure, negative carry on the CRR, right? Profit, right? Etc., etc., etc. Now follow this carefully. If the repo rate is 5%, today you take a housing loan, what will be the rate of interest applicable to you? What will be the rate of interest applicable to you? 7.5%. 7.5%. Or somebody says 7%. No, my dear. Right? 5% plus 2.5%, 7.5%. Let's say in the month of April, RBI worried about inflation rate in India will increase the repo rate from 5% to 5.25%. Possible? Very much possible now. Very much possible. Right? So from 5%, repo rate has been changed to what? 5.25%. Now, what will be the rate of interest applicable on your housing loan? 5.25% plus 2.5%. The rate of interest applicable on your housing loan will become 7.75%. So, is it okay if I say, is it okay, right? Look at this. Now, let me know. Is it okay if I say the lending rate of a bank is connected to repo rate? I'll repeat the statement. The lending rate of the bank on the loan that is given to you is connected. Benchmark means what? Connection. Benchmark is nothing but connecting here. Right? So the lending rate is connected to the repo rate. If the repo rate goes up, what will happen to your lending rate? It will go up. If the repo rate goes down, what will happen to the lending rate? Lending rate automatically will go down. Right, now tell me, compared to earlier system, is it not much more efficient? I hope you understand. Is there a problem with this system? Of course, yes, there is a problem. Right, sir, what is the problem here? Problem is, in the current situation, in the last 1 year, RBI has kept on increasing the interest rate. I hope you understand. RBI has kept on increasing the interest rate. And when RBI in the last 1 year has increased interest rate, of course, the rate of interest that is applicable on your loans has increased. And that is natural. It is a natural thing to happen. Because your rate of interest is connected to the repo rate. If the repo rate keeps on increasing, automatically the lending rate will increase. Now, during pandemic, what happened? I hope you understand. During pandemic, what happened? During pandemic, RBI reduced interest rates. Right? RBI reduced interest rates. And during pandemic, the rate of interest on the housing loans actually came down. Right? So, argument is simple here. The lending rate that will be charged to you, I repeat, the lending rate charged to you will be connected to, let's say, repo rate. And who is going to decide it? RBI says these are some of the parameters that are available to you. You pick up whatever you want. Right? One option that is available to them is to connect it to repo rate. One more option is connect it to the yield rate of 91 day, 182 days treasury bills. Another one option that is available to them is, there is one financial institution in India by the name of FBIL, Financial Benchmarks of India Limited. Right, I'll repeat the statement. FBIL simply Financial Benchmarks of India Limited. So there are various benchmarks which are published by FBIL. You won't use that as a connection. So argument is simple here. RBI says we have introduced multiple types of lending rate regimes, systems, but monetary policy has not been very efficient. It has not been very efficient. Now with the new system, we will ask the banks to connect their lending rate to a parameter which is beyond their control. Repo rate is not fixed by the banks. I hope you understand this. Repo rate is not fixed by the banks. It is fixed by RBI. And because it is out of their control, can I call this new system as external benchmarking? Right? I hope you understand why this is called as external benchmarking. Repo rate, if you have connected your interest rate to the repo rate, you are not fixing repo rate. RBI is deciding repo rate. So it is an external factor, external parameter, hence called as external benchmarking. Right? Some of you are saying, sir, is it similar to floating rate? Of course, yes. It is basic an example of a floating rate itself. That is, repo rate is not constant. Repo rate will keep on floating. It will keep on changing. Hence, it will have an impact on the rate of interest that you have taken, the loan that you have taken from the bank. Any difficulty in this? Any difficulty in this? Please do let me know. What will happen to my existing loans? If RBI increases a rate of interest, that is repo rate, then the rate of interest on your existing loan will go up. If RBI reduces its repo rate, right, and that's the reason I keep on telling you people, check it. Until unless you do not check it, you will not realize it. Right? If, for example, if you have a housing loan, please check. Banks have sent a mail to you in the last 1 month. They have sent a mail saying that there is an upward revision of your rate of interest. You don't trust me? Check. If you have taken a loan from a bank, check it. Sir, I don't have a loan. Your parents might be having a loan. I hope you understand. Right? Somebody in your relative might be having a loan. Ask them. They will tell you this. Okay? How it is connected to Treasury bill FBIL? My dear, what is yield rate? You tell me. What is the yield rate on government securities? Will the yield rate be affected by repo rate or not? Let me know. Will the yield rate in the market be affected by repo rate or not? Names could be different. I hope you understand. All of them are interconnected. All of them are connected with each other. What is repo rate? One institute is lending, another is borrowing, and the lender is charging a rate of interest. What is the yield rate? Is it not a rate of interest? Right? I hope you understand. All of them are interconnected in the market. All of them are connected with each other. Okay? So this is a basic idea of the external benchmarking. Okay? Operational expenses, the workers, let's say salary, electricity bill, rent, etc. Okay? This is a discussion regarding the lending rate regime. Right now, we are following the concept of MCLR as well as the external benchmarking. Right? Most of these loans which are given to the MSMEs, right, or let's say for that matter, the housing loans, etc., all of them are determined based on external benchmarking only now. Okay, let me go to the next one. Let me go to the next one now. Okay. Right, next one is much more technical. Please be very careful. You can try to read it from the book. I'm pretty sure you will not understand anything when you read Basel in the book. But is it relevant for civil services? Answer is yes. Have the questions been asked on this? Again, the answer is yes. So follow the discussion carefully. You need to understand the concept related to Basel guidelines. Right, idea related to Basel guidelines. Now, before going forward, what is a Basel? Basel is a place in Switzerland. It's a name of a city. Right? Don't say, sir, give me long form of Basel. No, Basel is a name of a city. Right? And in this city, we have one institution by the name of, I'll come back to this, don't worry, by the name of Bank of International Settlement. Is it okay? Basel is a city in Switzerland. And in this city, there is one institution called as Bank of International Settlement, BIS. Is India party to Bank of International Settlement? Is it a member? Of course, yes. So under the Bank of International Settlement, they have formed one committee, right? Within BIS, there is one committee which is very famously referred to as Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, BCBS, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. Now the role of this Basel Committee is to come out with guidelines, right? I'll repeat it. The role, what is the duty? What is the function of this committee? They will come out with guidelines which are applicable to banking sector. That is very important. BCBS will not announce budget for the government. BCBS will not, right, ask the government to increase subsidy. Nothing of that sort. BCBS will come out with guidelines which are applicable to banking sector. So far, 3 rounds of guidelines have been announced, famously referred to as Basel 1, 2 and 3. In India, we are in the process of implementing Basel 3 now. Is it okay? Right, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision has recommended 3 sets of guidelines, 1, 2 and 3. And in India, we are in the process of implementing Basel 3. Now, what is Basel 3? We'll come to that. Have patience. But before that, to understand Basel, you need to understand certain very, very important concepts here. Please be very careful. Focus on the discussion. Focus on the discussion here. First one, every bank has certain amount of capital. Right? I hope you understand. Every bank has a certain amount of capital. Can I connect it to current affairs? Can I connect it to current affairs? All of you heard of Credit Suisse? All of you heard of Credit Suisse or not? Right, the central banker in Switzerland offered to infuse capital in the Credit Suisse. Right, the central banker offered to infuse capital with the Credit Suisse. I'll give you one more example. All of you heard of SVB, Silicon Valley Bank? Silicon Valley Bank, SVB. The Silicon Valley Bank wanted to sell the shares. They wanted to sell the shares and wanted to raise capital. What do you mean by capital? Money. Simple. They want to have money. Some of you will ask me, sir, why? Why should the banks have capital? What is the use of the capital? Now, let me start with a very simple example. Think of it. Think of it. I'm a manufacturer. I will take a loan from you to manufacture the bottle. I will incur losses. Which means the money that I've collected by selling the bottle is lesser than expenditure I've done. How can I pay your loan back? Think of it. How can I pay your loan back now? I don't have money. Can I sell, right, my assets? Possible? Right? I hope you understand. Hindi movies. Very, very famous Hindi movies or English movies, whatever you want to give it as an example. I will sell certain land. I will collect money. That is capital. I will repay your loan. Right? I hope you understand the idea of a capital here. Concept of a capital. Capital is required for every company. Every company requires capital. Right? And what is the use of the capital? If the bank is going to incur a loss, bank will require money. Right? Bank will require money to absorb the capital here. Now come to the concept. Let's go one by one. Follow the discussion very carefully. The capital of the bank, right, generally under Basel, we divide it into 2 parts. The capital of the bank is divided into 2 parts. Tier 1 and Tier 2 capital. Tier 1 capital and Tier 2 capital. Tier 1 capital, another name for this is core capital. Tier 1 is referred to as a core capital. Tier 2 is referred to as a supplementary capital. Now I'll explain this. Follow the explanation first. Ask questions later. Follow the explanation first. Imagine you are a bank. Okay, imagine you are a bank. You will take 20 rupees from me, borrowing. Okay, you will take 20 rupees from me. I will simply say, you decide when you want to give it back to me. Follow this carefully. One example, you have taken 20 rupees from me. You decide when you want to return it back. Second example, you have taken 20 rupees from me. You will give it back after 5 years. You will give it back after 5 years. Both are forms of capital to you. I hope you understand. Both are capital, money. You have collected capital. Now you tell me, example 1, where you decide when you want to give it back. Example 2, where you will have to give it back to me after 5 years. Which one is more reliable for you? Think of it, right? And again, I'm asking you to be in that place. Reliable, my dear. On which you should rely more, right? Some of you are still confused, right? Again, I'll repeat the example. Think of it. One example, I'll give you 20 rupees. You decide when you will give it back to me. Second example, I'll give you 20 rupees. We have already decided you will have to give it to me after 5 years. Will you be more dependent on example 1 or example 2? You should be more dependent on example 1. I'll explain it. Some of you are confused. You should be more dependent on example 1. Why? Can you give me this 20 rupees after 10 years? You are deciding. Think of it. Just apply common sense. Can you decide you will give it back to me after 10 years? Yes, that's your decision. Can you decide to give it back to me after 15 years? Of course, yes, that's your decision. After 20 years, again, yes, that's your decision. What about example 2? We already have decided. After 5 years, you'll have to give the 20 rupees back to me. At least now, is the logic okay when I say that on one hand, you have taken 20, you decide when you repay it. In the other hand, you have collected 20, already decided you'll have to give back after 5 years. Your reliance on the first example should be more compared to second example. Reliance means which is a much better capital for you. Which capital can be used to absorb losses. It is basically the example 1. Example 1. Now bank, understand this carefully. Bank will also collect a lot of capital from the market. It will also collect a lot of capital from the market. Sir, in what form the bank will collect capital? 1, bank will issue shares and collect capital. Is it okay? Banks will issue the shares in the market and collect capital. Right? For example, a bank has issued, let's say 100 shares, collected for every share, let's say 100 rupees. So by selling 100 shares, bank has collected 10,000 rupees. Bank is also allowed to issue bonds in the market. Right now, focus on 2 types of current affairs bonds. I'll connect it to current affairs. Have patience, follow the discussion. There are 2 types of bonds here. One is tier 2 bonds. Second one is additional tier 1 bond. Right, have a look at this. Right, additional tier 1 bond and tier 2 bond. Were they mentioned in the newspaper in the last, let's say 3 to 4 months? Answer is yes. I'll connect it to current affairs. Yes Bank. In the context of Yes Bank, these were there in the newspaper. Please be very careful. Now let me show it to you. Let me make you understand what is this AT1 additional tier 1 bond and tier 2 bond. Now focus on this. Imagine a bank is there. Imagine there is a bank. The bank is allowed by RBI to issue bonds in the market and collect money. And the money that is collected by the bank becomes part of the capital held by the bank. Part of the capital which is there with the bank. Now, understand this. This capital held by the bank, what is the use of it? The bank can use it to absorb losses. Now, what is this bonds that I'm talking about? There are two types of bonds. One is additional tier 1 bond, AT1. Additional tier 1 bond. And the second type that is allowed to be issued by the banks is tier 2 bonds. Now let's understand both of them, right? Focus on this, understand. Once you understand it, right, it becomes easy. Both of them are unsecured. Right? What do you mean by unsecured here? Let me start. Imagine you take a loan and you'll provide a collateral. Because you have taken a loan, you'll provide collateral. These are called as secured loans. Is it okay? These are called as secured loans. Second example, you take a loan, do not provide any security. These are called as unsecured. Right? So secured, unsecured. So additional tier 1 bond as well as tier 2 bonds, it's basically bank, right, taking a loan, right? Because what is a bond? Bond is a debt instrument. All of you remember that? Bond is a debt instrument, right? Which means one party is borrowing, another party is lending. So either you talk about additional tier 1 bond or tier 2 bonds, both are unsecured, right? First point. Second point, additional tier 1 bonds do not have any maturity period. I repeat, additional tier 1 bonds do not have any maturity period, whereas tier 2 bonds have maturity period. What is the meaning of maturity period? A bond is issued to you and the bond will have a tenure of 3 years. That is maturity period. A bond is issued to you, right? The bond has a maturity period of 5 years. That is the maturity period. So additional tier 1 bonds do not have maturity periods, whereas tier 2 bonds are having maturity periods as decided by the issuer. The issuer, that is the bank, will decide what is the maturity period here. Third very important point, because the additional tier 1 bonds do not have any maturity period, the bank will decide when they want to purchase it back. Is it okay? Right, I'll repeat it. Right, because the bank has issued it, there is no maturity period of it, the bank will decide when they want to purchase it back. They will use a term recalling. The decision on recalling these bonds is taken by the issuer, that is the additional tier 1 bond. Now, because it is unsecured, there is no maturity period, right? The investors, don't you think, have a higher risk by investing in these bonds? I hope you understand. Because there is no maturity period and the bank, that is the issuer, is going to decide when they will repurchase it. Are these not risky? Of course, yes, these are risky bonds. In fact, have a look at this. I'll add one more very important feature for both the AT1 as well as tier 2. Right, there is one more very important point here. The additional tier 1 bonds as well as tier 2 bonds can be written off. By the issuer. Right, the additional tier 1 bonds as well as tier 2 bonds can be written off by the issuer. What do you mean by written off here? Imagine I'm a bank. I've issued a bond to you. I've collected 100 rupees, which means I will have to repay 100 rupees to you. Any difficulty, please do let me know now. I'm a bank. I've issued a bond to you. I've collected 100 rupees from you. I will have to repay the 100 rupees. I have a debt here. Now, writing off means I'm simply saying I will not return the 100 rupees back to you. I'm not going to return back the 100 rupees to you. Any difficulty in understanding this? This is called as writing off. This is referred to as a writing off system. Right? Any problem? Let me know. This is called as a writing off. Are the banks allowed to write off additional tier 1 bond as well as tier 2 bonds? Of course, yes. The banks are allowed to write off tier 1 as well as tier 2 bonds. Has it happened in India? That is where you will have to understand the current affairs connection. Yes, bank. Right, there is a connection to the current affairs, that is right, the yes bank connection. And there were two people, sir, why are we discussing all of this? My dear, because it is there in the current affairs. I could have skipped it. Very easy for me to skip. I could have skipped it. Right, but it is there in the current affairs. That's the reason I'm explaining all of this to you. I do not search in the book. Generally, books do not have all this information. So have a look at this. Additional tier 1 bonds and tier 2 bonds. Additional tier 1 bonds, no maturity period. These are issued by the banks, right? And the bank will decide when they want to repurchase them, right, from the investors. And one more very important feature is these are unsecured, and if the bank has incurred a loss, bank can simply write off. Write off means cancel. I hope you understand. Bank can simply write off. Write off means cancel these bonds. What about the tier 2 bonds? These are unsecured. These are unsecured. The maturity period is decided, and in case the bank incurs a loss, the bank can again write off tier 2 bonds. Now, many of you are asking, sir, these are very, very risky. Of course, yes. I hope you understand. These are very risky. I never said these are very, very safe instruments. These are very risky. So if these are risky, what do you expect the coupon rate to be? A lower coupon rate or a higher coupon rate? Think of it. If they're very, very risky, what will happen to the coupon rate? These will have a very, very high coupon rate. And are there any investors for this? Of course, yes. Of course, yes. There are a lot of investors because they are focused on the higher coupon rate. Right? Because they are focused on, 4 people are saying rate of interest will be lower. How? How? I do not understand what's your thinking. If you are going to take a higher risk, don't you want to earn higher returns? Right? You tell me. Right? If you're going to take a higher risk, don't you want to earn higher returns? You want to earn lower returns. How? I do not understand how you people or some of you actually think. Okay, so understand this. Both of the bonds are very risky. But within this also, additional tier 1 bonds are much, much riskier for investors. Why? You have paid, let's say, 100 rupees in case of tier 2 bonds. If not written off, if the bonds are not written off, you will get 100 rupee back under tier 2 bonds after 5 years or after 10 years. Any guarantee under additional tier 1 bonds? Think of this. Any guarantee after how many years you will get additional tier 1 bonds? As an investor, there is no guarantee. The bank will decide. The issuer will decide when they want to repurchase these bonds. Now, what was there? What was there here? Right? What was there in the current affairs regarding this? Yes Bank issued lot of additional tier 1 bonds. Right? Simple. Sequence is simple. Step 1. Yes Bank issued lot of additional tier 1 bonds. And then there was a crisis in the Yes Bank. Right, Mr. I'm sorry, don't worry about the name. Right, the CEO was removed, etc., etc. Now, Yes Bank, right, was supposed to, right, basically honor additional tier 1 bonds, means pay coupon rate. But the Yes Bank stated that if I pay the coupon amount, interest amount, I'm going to incur losses to the extent that I will have to shut down. I will have to close Yes Bank. Then RBI said, okay, then RBI approved the request of Yes Bank to write off additional tier 1 bonds. So Yes Bank sent a report to RBI saying that, see, this is a situation. If I have to pay the coupon rate, that is interest rate on the Yes Bank, I'm sorry, 81 bonds, I'm going to incur losses to the extent that I will close. So RBI said, okay, then write off. Write it off. Right, so then, right, Yes Bank wrote off all the additional tier 1 bonds. Yes Bank wrote off additional tier 1 bonds. And I'm making the story much more simple. Technically, this is not how it was done. You don't worry. UPSC will not ask you the story. Do not worry. So Yes Bank wrote off all the additional tier 1 bonds. If you have invested in the additional tier 1 bonds, it simply means Yes Bank will not give you any interest now. Yes Bank will not give back your principal amount also. They will not give you the principal amount as well. Will you be quiet with that? Will you be happy with that? Of course no. What these Yes Bank investors did was they went to Bombay High Court. Now the case has gone to Supreme Court of India. Why? Bombay High Court says, no, Yes Bank is not allowed to cancel them. Yes Bank is not allowed to cancel them on a technicality. Right? Because please understand this, as per the policy of RBI, as per the conditions, right, etc., banks can write off additional tier 1 bond as well as tier 2 bonds. They can write off. But how the process was done, based on the technicality, Bombay High Court said, no, you are not allowed to write off. And now RBI, Yes Bank, both have gone to Supreme Court of India. Case is pending in the Supreme Court. Right? Done? Any problem with additional tier 1 bond and tier 2 bonds? Let me know. Will DICGC come in play here? My dear, are these deposits? Think of it. Are these deposits? Right? Are these deposits? Absolutely no. These are not deposits. Why will the DICGC come here? Tier 2 bond coupon rate will be lower than 81 bond coupon rate? Generally, yes. Generally, yes. Okay. SBI is providing 81 and tier 2 bond. Many banks are issuing it. And again, please understand. Sir, is the coupon rate fixed here? No. Different bank will offer a different coupon rate. Okay. Okay. Let's go forward now. Now, right. Now think of this. Imagine you're a bank. At least now it should be clear to you. Let me check. Imagine you're a bank. Will you rely more? Again, think of it as a bank. Will you rely more on additional tier 1 capital or tier 2 capital to absorb losses? Let me know. Right? At least now look at it. After all of this, right, a story is over. Will you rely more on additional tier 1 or tier 2 capital, right, in order to absorb losses? So tier 2. How? Those who are saying tier 2, answer to me, how? Why? Why will you rely more on tier 2? Sir, because I will give it back after 5 years, my reliance will be more. Is it so? Don't you think you should rely more on a capital where you are going to decide when you will repay the amount back? Apply common sense now. Right? Don't you think you should rely more as a bank on the capital, right, where you decide when you will give it back, rather than a capital where it is already decided you will have to give it back. Right? Just apply common sense, you will understand. Now, after all of this, right, have a look at this. Tier 2 capital is, correct, less. Tier 2 capital is considered less reliable than tier 1. Any problem with this statement? Look at the last statement. Right, look at the last statement in the slide here. Tier 2 capital is less reliable for a bank compared to tier 1 capital. Means what? Tier 1 capital provides more comfort to the bank. Today I have collected 100 rupee. I can use it to take care of the losses. Right? But what if this 100 rupee is a tier 2 capital? Then I'll have to give it back after 2 years to you. That becomes a problem for a bank. So reliance on tier 1 is higher compared to tier 2 capital. Okay. Now tier 1 capital, core capital, example is paid up capital. Many of you ask me, sir, what do you mean by paid up capital? Paid up capital simply means the amount of money that is collected, money that is capital that is collected by issuing shares in the market. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. What is the paid up capital? A company will issue shares in the market and collect money. That is called as paid up capital. Okay, so tier 2 capital, right? Best example is tier 2 bonds. Just now we have discussed this. Long-term unsecured loans which are given, etc., etc. Again, don't enter into the technicalities of all of it. But is it okay after discussing all of this? After discussing all of this, you should carry one or two statements from this. One, tier 1 capital is more reliable. Tier 1 capital is more reliable, right, compared to tier 2. And second one, right, second one, the bank must maintain more of a tier 1 capital compared to tier 2. Is it okay? The bank should maintain more of a tier 1 capital compared to tier 2 capital. That is, let's say, I'll give you two examples. Think of it. Example 1, bank has 100 crore rupee capital. Out of 100 crore, 10 crore is a tier 1 and 90 crore is a tier 2. Example 2, out of 100 crore, 90 crore is a tier 1 and 10 crore is a tier 2. Now tell me, where do you think the bank is much more stable in terms of right, having capital? Where do you think a bank is much more stable? Example 2, it has more of a tier 1 capital. It can absorb the losses very, very easily. That is the basic idea. This is what you need to understand. I know many of you will keep on searching this in the book, right? Try to check it. You will not understand there also, right? So focus on this. This is more important. Okay. So AT1 and tier 2 bonds are issued by the banks. Yes, these are issued by banks only. AT1, tier 2, all of these are issued by banks only. Companies are not allowed to issue these bonds, right? And there is one more student who says, sir, both can be written off. Both can be written off. But why do you say additional tier 1 is more reliable? My dear, because in additional tier 1 capital, you decide when you will buy the bond back. I hope you understand. In the additional tier 1 bond, you are deciding when you will repurchase the bond, when you will recall the bond. But in case of tier 2 bond, is that option available to you as an issuer? As an issuer, in tier 2 bond, you do not have that option. That has already been decided. Okay, that already has been decided. Okay, that's the reason I said AT1 bond is much, much better compared to tier 2 in terms of reliability. Banks can rely more on tier 1 compared to tier 2. Done? Okay, so any issue so far? Any issue so far? Okay, so let me stop the discussion here. Let me address your questions. Right, after tomorrow we'll start from next slide here. The concept of risks. The idea of risks that is associated with the banking sector. Okay. If AT1 is that much of risky, why RBI buy it? RBI doesn't buy it, my dear. Where did I say RBI buys it? I said investors in the market will purchase it. Okay. What is the difference in bond and share? I'll discuss that later. Don't worry. Shares will give you ownership. Bonds is basically a borrowing. Generally, what is the recalling period under AT1? There is no fixed recall period. From one bank to another bank, the time has varied. Is it okay? Right? From one bank to another bank, the time has varied. There is no fixed recalling period. How tier 2 is difficult to calculate? For example, let's say you have an asset. Okay? Imagine you have an asset. That is, let's say, house. Right? Can a bank also own land? Can the bank own a building? Of course, yes. That is also counted as a part of the capital. Now, you tell me, what is the value of that, let's say, building? Will you be able to find out? Think of it. What is the value of the building today? Will you be able to find out? Right? Absolutely no. That's the reason we generally say tier 2 capital very, very difficult, tricky to calculate. Tier 1 capital is much more easier. Okay. Examples of tier 1 and tier 2 bonds. The name itself is called as additional tier 1 bond. That is an example, by the way. The name of the bond itself is additional tier 1 bond. What about tier 2? The name of the bond itself is tier 2 bond. Dena Bank has issued these bonds. Yes Bank, State Bank of India, many of these banks have issued these bonds. Difference between AT1 bond and tier 1 capital, let me enter into the technicalities here, but is it needed for exams? Absolutely no. The tier 1 capital is generally divided. Tier 1 capital is generally divided into two parts, that is the additional capital and equity, common equity. Again, should you understand all of this for exams? Absolutely no. Because two of the students have asked, right? And if I don't answer, you will basically say, sir, you don't know. So additional the tier, right? Additional tier capital and common equity, right? The CET1, they'll simply call this as a common equity, right? So this is the division. So when the bonds are issued, these are called as additional tier 1 capital. Okay. Is unsecured loan is not insured and the borrower deceased, then what will happen of the loan? Right? Generally, there is a guarantor. Right? I hope you understand. There is a concept of guarantor also. Banks also do the insurance for certain products, etc., etc. So there are a lot of methods through which they will recollect it. If Silicon Valley Bank is dissolved and it is under the regulation of RBI, then it will automatically come under DICGC. Then the insurance on deposits is ensured to the Indian depositors or by FIDC facility in USA. Because Silicon Valley Bank, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank is in USA, comes under the regulation of the Federal Reserve. So whatever are the deposits that you might have, I might have, or USA investors will have in the Silicon Valley Bank, it is FIDC. It will come under FIDC. Okay. How no cost EMI profits the lender, right? If you have seen there are certain institutions now, not banks, institutions which will offer you 0% loans. Right? Please understand, they basically bet on two things. One, you will take a loan, default somewhere, they will charge a heavy penalty on you. And second, they would have a tie-up with a consumer or a seller of a product in the market, where certain revenues will be given to them. For example, imagine, right, I'm a Bajaj Finance. I'm a Bajaj Finance company. I will have a tie-up with this particular bottle company and I will offer 0% rate of interest if you take a loan to purchase this bottle. Why? Why specifically I'm giving a loan on this bottle at 0%? Because I want you to purchase it. Right? So take a loan, default, then see how much rate of interest they will impose. That's a very huge rate of interest. And second, right, basically the idea of a tie-up with the sellers. Okay. Why you told tier 2 is very difficult? I said generally the type of assets which are kept in tier 2, the price on that day in the market, it is very difficult to find out. Right? That's a precise reason I said whatever is the value of tier 2 capital, very difficult to find it out. Equity term is used in many contexts. Can you name a few instances? Equity generally here, right, let's say in the stock market or in the banking, will refer to ownership. Right? It will refer to ownership. Core capital and supplementary capital difference. Core capital, basically, it is very easy to find out what is the value of it, and banks can use it easily to absorb the losses. The banks can rely more on the core capital compared to supplementary capital. Okay. What term have you used? Supplementary or subordinate? Supplementary. Okay. Okay. Any other difficulty? Any other issue? Any other issue? Let me know. Otherwise, I'll stop the discussion now. Why would individuals invest in such bonds if they are so risky? My dear, you tell me. Is the share market risky? Let me know. Is the share market risky? Yes, your answer should be yes. right? But even then many people invest. Why? Returns, rate of interest. That's a very simple idea there. Rate of interest. So you expect a high rate of interest on it. That's it. Okay. 100 rupee will use 8 times and use. Did we not discuss the concept of a fractional reserve system? Did we not discuss fractional reserve system last week? Right? Please revise it. On Thursday we discussed right, a fractional reserve system, and Friday also we discussed a fractional reserve system. Right? So in fractional reserve system, money will be circulated in the economy, loans are issued. That is basically why the total money supply will keep on increasing with RBI supplying more money. Okay. Okay, done. Even tier 2 bond can be written off. Then how does it differ in terms of security in relation to 81 bond from investor point of view? From the investor point of view, at least you are guaranteed. And again, please understand, I said the banks can write it off, but do not assume that they will always write it off. I hope you understand this. Do not always assume that they'll simply write it off. No. Here and there incidences have happened. Right? Incidences have happened. You can't help it. But in terms of, let's say, 81 and tier 2 bonds, how they are basically different. In 81 bonds, you do not know as an investor when will the bank give your principal amount back. I hope you understand that. As an investor, there is no guarantee whether the bank will return your 100 rupee back after 5 years, after 10 years, after 15 years. There is absolutely no guarantee. But in case of tier 2 bonds, the maturity period is given to you. Before the bank collects 100 rupee and give you tier 2 bond, the bank says 5 years. So don't you think compared to tier 1 bonds, as an investor, there is more certainty in tier 2 bonds. Okay. Anything else? Can we stop the discussion then? Okay. Done. So let's take a pause now. Let's stop the discussion here. We'll continue the discussion tomorrow. We'll start from this slide. That is basically the idea of the risks that are associated with the banking sector. But before I wind up the class, please read newspapers. Many of you are not reading newspapers. I'm not worried about other subjects. I'm worried only about Indian economy. I hope you understand. My only concern is Indian economy. Right? You should read newspapers, at least one newspaper. And the key term here is at least. At least one newspaper you read every day. For example, today's newspaper. Sir, what is there in Hindu? Right? In Hindu newspaper, there is an article, very nice article on stagflation. Suddenly now the discussion about stagflation will start. Right? I can tell you, right? For example, in today's Mint newspaper, there is this article which says UBS has offered to purchase Credit Suisse. Relevant. Right? Idea of a bank run is relevant. Right? So again, argument is simple. Many newspapers are there, but at least read one newspaper every day. At least economics. Forget about other subjects. That is left to you. I'm worried only about my subject. Read at least economics. You should read newspapers. That's the best source for you. Done? Right? For example, how many of you read? Right? Last point. I'll stop after this. Okay. Last week there was a discussion regarding PM Mitra. How many of you have read it? PM Mitra scheme. Very, very important. Very, very important. Right? Suddenly the questions can be asked on the context of PM Mitra. Right? What is the utility of it? What is the importance of it? Etc. etc. Right? So argument is you should read it. You should read it. It will be covered in webinar. It will be covered in one or the other videos. But again, at least, right, make some effort, no? Right? Make some effort. Read it. Right? You'll get a lot of very good concepts from all of these articles. Done. Okay. Let me not extend the discussion now. Let's take a pause now. Tomorrow we'll continue from this slide. That is the risk that is associated related to banking sector. Okay. So that's it from my side. Take care. Meet you again tomorrow sharp at 6 a.m. Take care. Good day.